Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's City Council meeting. We are certainly grateful to have people joining us as we continue to hold our electronic meetings. We welcome members of the public who may be watching our usual video feeds online. Even though we are not in person, this meeting is still considered an open and public meeting. As many of you know, there is no public comment during a work session. However, please join us tonight at 7 p.m. during our formal meeting to share any of your comments. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can share that with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. And so we will begin our work session now. As many of you know, there has been a verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial that we are anticipating the judge or the jury foreman will be reading that verdict around 2:30 or 3 hour time. At that time, we will be taking a short break as we are all anxious and anticipating, have been. I think the nation is awaiting this jury verdict. So we will take a moment to be present for that as well and then return. With that, I will turn to our first item, and that is updates from the administration. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for being here with us today, and I will turn the time over to you and your team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, City Council. I'll start with our COVID update. There's good news. The local data from the county and local data from the county and from the University of Utah is showing a plateau in new positive cases in the city. The bad news is we still have one zip code in the city with a case rate higher than the 190 per 100,000 people, and that's in 84101. Then the case rate there is 252 per 100,000. The state so far has delivered just over 1.3 million out of the 1.63 million prime doses required to end our emergency orders. So about 300,000 doses short. And because we anticipate that our emergency orders will be rendered obsolete by mid-May, we're planning to request that you, the City Council, enact a temporary land use regulation to continue to allow outdoor dining and retail for 6 months. This will enable our local economy and our businesses to continue to offer additional space for people to dine and shop throughout the summer months. Happy to take questions, or I can move on to an update on homeless services.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
When would we be expecting that short-term ordinance to come before the council?
Rachel, do you have a timeline on that in mind?
We will work with council staff on a time that it fits within your very busy schedule for the next several weeks. But as the mayor said, we do anticipate that we will reach that 1.6 million prime dose mark soon. So the sooner the better for your consideration.
Yeah, I think it is something that is important. It's important for our small businesses within Salt Lake City to be able to continue operating the way that they are and be able to move forward. So we will make sure to fit it in as soon as it's ready to be fit into the agenda. We all know that budget season takes up a lot of time, so, and things are going to keep popping up. So I don't want to delay something that's this important. So as soon as you can, we'll work with you guys on getting that on the agenda. Okay.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, the Fleet Block encampment cleanup took place, and that was after several weeks of service provider outreach and a resource fair. There were about 30 to 35 tons of refuse that were removed and properly disposed of. Several hundred discarded used syringes were picked up, and a pickup load of hazardous waste was removed. and disposed of. As with other recent large abatements, the health department truck was used to assist with the transport of campers and the items that they were wanted, or that the campers wanted to keep as they were asked to use that truck. Police department did an amazing job of keeping everyone safe, including our unsheltered residents and third-party people who were present. You have a proposal in Budget Amendment 8 on your agenda for today for funding to help Switchpoint purchase the Airport Inn to turn it into transitional housing for low-income seniors and veterans. Switchpoint, as you know, has operated the Community Resource Center in St. George since 2013. And this year, rather in the winter of 2020-21, took over the operations of the winter overflow shelters, both in Salt Lake City and in Mill Creek. They are working to assemble the rest of the capital needed to ensure that 100 older residents have access to safe and affordable housing. The $2 million that we are asking for through the budget amendment represents a significant portion of the $8.5 million they need for purchase and remodeling. Their goal is to be back open by next winter. And if I have the okay to keep going on that, or we can answer any questions. I think there's been some questions and answers back and forth between our staff on that. But if there's anything you want to bring up now, we're available. Or I could move on to the police-related items in your work session today.
Council members, do you have any questions for the mayor or her administration, Darren?
I was just wondering with that Switchpoint acquisition, that's going to require a permanent land use designation, or does it fit under the current land use allowed there?
Rachel, I know you've been working with our land use folks and attorneys on that one.
Sure. At the risk of offering bad legal advice, the current contemplation for Switchpoint's use is it would not require. Oh, thank goodness Katie just popped on too, so she can help me out. The way that they're currently contemplating using that space would not require a zoning change, but if they do shift their plans, then we will have to bring that to you. So we're working with them on not having to do that.
Thank you. Sorry if I sprung that on you, but I appreciate that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, are we going to have questions on this later during the actual budget amendment briefing?
We'll be available then too, of course. So
Okay.
anything comes up then.
Okay. There are 3 policing related items on your work session agenda today. First, Deb Alexander and Chief Brown are going to discuss police officer training and promotion with you. Second,
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we're actually moving that off of the agenda for tonight. So
just that one or the 3 items?
just that one, I believe, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize that.
Nope, that's okay. It's a development.
Well, then you'll be hearing about an update on the council's financial and operational audit of the department. And in Budget Amendment 8, which provides a reallocation of funding from the holding account you set aside last year to funding for crisis intervention training, that CIT training, and the hiring of a lateral class of police officers. This is not an expansion of the department. It's replacing the deficit of officers that we have in the department right now. And we want to thank the Commission on Racial Equity and Policing for all of their work and support on these 2 items. We have a letter from them that I know has been shared with the council and is in your packets today. That's all for my updates, unless there's any questions that we can address for you today. We always appreciate this time.
I did it. Sorry, my brain's distracted as we talked about earlier. I do have a question, but I can wait until we get to the budget amendment briefing on that. So council members, are there any other questions for the mayor or her administration? I don't see any. Again, Madam Mayor, thank you for being here, and always Rachel and Lisa, thank you for being here as well. We will move on to the next item, which is an update on racial equity and policing.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Allison from the council office. We just have one brief note to my knowledge, which is that the scheduled REP meeting for tomorrow will not be held, but we anticipate that the following week, the meetings will resume as normal. We'll have updates for you after we meet with the Core Commission later this week.
Thank you. Anna, did you have something? I see you talking, but I didn't know if you were on mute. Okay. Thank you, Allison. Our next item is the proposed budget for the Department of Airports. So we have Sam Owen from the council office, and I believe we have Director Wyatt, from our airport executive director, and Brian Butler, who is the airport director of finance and accounting. So welcome, and I will turn the time over to Sam, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just briefly introduce the topic and then turn it over to the experts at the airport. Salt Lake City Corporation operates the Department of Airports as an enterprise fund. Airline, passenger, and other concessions related revenue largely fund the department operationally. The airport is also eligible to receive federal grants through programs like the calendar year 2020's CARES Act. Furthermore, the airport in regular years, so non-pandemic or CARES Act years, the airport is eligible to receive funding through the federal grant programs like Airport Improvement Program. Those dollars administered through the Federal Aviation Administration. So in this way, the airport does not use city tax dollars the way that a conventional general fund department does. They have their own revenue streams based on their operations. One item that I'll call the council members' attention to specifically in an expansive and detailed budget is the proposed capital expenditures for the airport redevelopment program this fiscal year, which request totals $351,463,000 in anticipated general airport revenue bond. So the airport will come back to the council with a separate resolution and request to issue that amount in bonds for the fiscal year 22 in the context of its ongoing massive new airport redevelopment program. With that, Madam Chair, I'll ask that we turn it over to the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Hi, Bill. It's good to see you.
Hey, great to see you too, even if it's virtually. Good to see all of you. So I'm going to make just a few comments and then turn it over to Brian for the presentation related to both the O&M budget and our capital budget. It's been, a pretty wild year, and as I think was just explained, the airport is basically funded by use fees of one sort or another, landing fees and rents and parking and roadway charges and concessions, rental cars, and so forth. So when people aren't flying, all of those things struggle, to be sure, and we have benefited, as have all major commercial airports, from significant appropriations from Congress to supplement all of that, and I must say we're very grateful. These were so-called paycheck protection programs, and they have done that. We weren't required to lay anyone off or to constrain existing employment at the airport, which is a great thing, because on the other side of this, it's very challenging to recruit and hire people in this environment. Given COVID we still have an amazingly strong economy here. So, excuse me, we're very pleased about that. When all of this began, back in late February and early March, we sat down with the project management team, the contractors, and the airlines and said, wow, you know, is there an opportunity in all of this? And the opportunity was that originally the game plan had been to continue to use parts of the old airport during this next phase of construction to maintain maximum gate count. And the airlines were very enthusiastically supportive of our proposal to change the phasing of the second piece of construction here, which I'll show you out the window, just because you don't get out here very much. Yeah, there we go. It's just a beehive of activity. You can see just all of the recycling of materials that's being done. All of the concrete from the garage, the terminal building has been crunched up and will be a base layer under the new airport, which seems very appropriate to me. But in any event, the airline said, fine, let's tear it all down at once. And by doing that, we have been able to advance the schedule by 2 years. So by 2024, the new airport will be complete and all of the facilities that we had imagined will be available for use, as opposed to very early in 2027. So we're very pleased about that. Back in April and May, when things were not nearly as, I guess, optimistic as I think they are now, we decided to build several off-ramps just in the event that circumstances didn't change for maybe a period of years, and then also several on-ramps. The off-ramp that we took was a decision to go ahead and build the central tunnel and then not connect it to the north concourse, but have it there so that when circumstances warranted, we wouldn't have to tear up the airfield and create extra long taxiways back and forth. Well, over the course of last summer in particular, we began to see a recovery in air travel here. Today, Salt Lake is one of the busiest airports in the country. And we had a very strong spring season. And so we have, with your approval of our budget, will take an on-ramp, which is to connect the central tunnel to the B concourse and build an additional 8 gates. And that was the original program. And so we believe that the passenger volumes, as they're increasing, warrants that decision. And the airlines are very strongly supportive of that decision. So I continue to think that what we chose to do was a very wise move, really, by giving ourselves lots of opportunities. Reference was made to a bond offering that we hope to make in July-ish, that you will have to approve at a later time. You also authorized us to seek a revolving line of credit, which we have now done and established. And that gives us a lot of flexibility so that should capital markets freeze up or should other problems arise, we don't have to wait. We can continue with the ever important construction. The one thing I will say about this budget is I'm certain it's going to change. I'm not exactly sure how or where, but our budget fluctuates with business activity. And as that continues to improve, I suspect that many of the positions that were approved in the last budget but not funded will probably be needed. These are basic maintenance and operations type positions. So with that, let me turn it over to our Director of Finance, Mr. Brian Butler, who I know is on here somewhere.
Yep, appreciate that, Bill. Sam, is it possible to get the presentation shown on the screen? Right. If we can just go to the next slide. There's really three big things we want to discuss with you. First off, this is a budget briefing for you. We definitely want to talk about our fiscal year 22 budget. But before we get there, you know, it's crazy to think that all the council members were out here in September and October, and just how much has changed since you guys have been here at the airport. Now, I can't compete with Bill. I don't have a camera to give you a real-time photo. And the problem we realize is as soon as we take a picture, it's almost outdated with how fast they're going here at the airport. So these pictures were actually taken, I would say, I think it was in February. And what you're seeing is kind of the footprint of where the central tunnel is being dug on the left-hand side, and then a closer picture on the right. And so, you know, a year ago, we made this decision, as Bill discussed, to kind of tear down all the old facilities. That was supposed to be a long, complex phasing plan, but with us accelerating it, we've basically torn everything down in the past 6 months. So as you saw out Bill's window, the parking garage is gone, the terminals are gone, the concourses, they're no longer here. So we do want to give you a brief update on kind of the rephasing schedule, because even though we explained this plan to you a year ago, it's always changing. We're constantly refining it. We're working with the program management team. We're working with the airlines. And we'll be honest, the airline traffic, the passenger traffic here in Salt Lake is coming back much quicker than what we had anticipated, which is a good news story for the airport. So if we go to the next slide, we've just got 2 more pictures to show you. And this is really the view that you were looking at from Bill's conference room. And you can see there's all those steel columns that are now there. And so construction continues to go very quickly. If we go to the next slide, we've got some diagrams that really kind of give you the pictures of what is built and what is going to be built and when do these new facilities come online. So what you're seeing today is what is in operation. You'll see Concourse A West, which is also called South Concourse. That's operational. It's all held by Delta. And then you have Concourse B, which is out on the north. It has Delta, but it also has all of our other airlines. Now, a year ago, when we decided to tear down all the facilities, we knew we would not have enough gates for the airlines. And Delta has always told us for them to operate their hub here in Salt Lake City, they need around 50 gates. So what we created is what we call a hard stand operation. It's ground loading, where you're actually having to take a bus, go out to the aircraft, and then, you know, board the airplane through a ramp. And so Delta has 15 of those positions in the top right-hand corner. We did create 5 of those hard stand positions for the other airlines. And we were very surprised that on opening day, on October 27th, we celebrated Southwest as being the first flight out, just because they're the second biggest carrier here in Salt Lake. But it was actually United Airlines who was doing the hard stand operation at 5:30 in the morning, who was technically the first flight out on Concourse B. And as we've been working with the airlines, the demand that they are seeing for the summer travel far exceeds what we could have anticipated a year ago. We are anticipating 87% of the passengers compared to 2019. And you'll see later on in a graph when we show you the number of enplanements, just how that looks like in a graph. So this is kind of where we are today. You'll see Concourse A East. That's what's going to be built. They're doing all the enabling work there. You'll also see in the middle there that yellow diagram, that's for the central tunnel. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see on this from, you know, until April 22 to May 23, that's when we're really starting the construction of the central node and those 8 gates that Bill had spoke of. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that we start to actually get gates online in May of 2023 on Concourse A East. We get 4 gates. And then if we go to the next slide, you'll see by November of 2023, all of Concourse A is built out. That will be 47 gates that Delta will have. And that comes 1 to 2 years earlier, as Bill alluded to in his presentation. The other thing you'll notice is we have to get rid of the hard stand operation up on the north. because we got to do apron paving for all of the gates that will be out there. But we still remain the flexibility of having some other hard stands up to the north if we need to. But you'll also notice that you used to see a lot of red on the upper left-hand corner. Well, now that Delta has the number of gates that they need on Concourse A, we can start to repurpose those and give those gates to the other airlines that will ultimately call that home going forward. And so I think the very last slide kind of shows you what the project will look like at the end. There might be two. We go to the next one. So this is when the central tunnel would come online, is the fall of 2024. Definitely we've heard about the walk times here at the airport. We're addressing it. But you know, relief is on the way, but it will be several years out. And then if you go to the very last slide, this is going to show you what the program, oh, one more slide. This is what the program will ultimately look like in October of 2025. You'll notice those 8 gates that we're going to be building on the north, they are all Delta, but then Delta vacates those other gates on the west side. So just wanted to give you a brief overview of kind of the rephasing schedule as it's continually getting refined. But if we can go to the next slide, we do want to get you into the budget presentation, because that's the real purpose we're here. And I'm not going to read every slide. There's a lot of information here. But the key points is we are going to basically forecast our revenues and expenses on information we know today with reasonable assumptions for the future. You know, last year there was a lot of unknowns, and we came to you several times during the year with budget amendments. This coming year may be very similar. You know, if the passenger recovery ends up being even greater than what we anticipated, we may be coming back and requesting additional staffing, as Bill alluded to. One of the key drivers here is we did receive significant stimulus funds in the form of CARES and CRISA grants. Those are being applied to both the current fiscal year's budget as well as this coming budget year that we're presenting to you to really help us stabilize the rates and charges. And then as Sam mentioned earlier, we will be coming to you in about a month asking you to approve a bond resolution. The exact size of the bonding has not been determined. But it will be significant. It will be at least $750 million to really continue financing the construction over the next 2 years. So if we go to the next slide, this is really the chart that shows you our employments. And prior to COVID-19, we were just like the rest of the country. We were growing 5 to 6% year over year. And then the pandemic hit, and we had 8.5 solid months of growth. So when we were down 90% in the month of April a year ago, you know, we were still able to get over 10 million employments. For fiscal year 21, you know, as we were presenting to you when we had only 10% of the passengers coming through our facility, we had to make our best guess, and we guessed that we would do around 8 million employments. Well, based on what's going on today and kind of the vaccine rollout, it's going to trend a little bit lower. It's about 7 million employments. But as I alluded to earlier, as we were consulting with the airlines, they gave us this forecast of 11.5 million employments, which represents 87% of what we did back in 2019. A year ago, a lot of people were questioning what kind of recovery we would have, whether it would be a V-shaped recovery where you have a sharp decline and then a sharp increase, or if it would be more of a U-shaped recovery. Well, based on this graph, you can definitely see that it's more the V-shaped recovery, and it's a very strong recovery here in Salt Lake City. If we go to the next slide, this is our income statement forecast. Again, there's a lot of information on here. I'm not going to go into any great detail on any one line item, but really the purpose of this slide is to tell you what is a normal fiscal year for the airport look like. So we put fiscal year 19 because that was the last year that didn't have any impacts of COVID-19. We did present our fiscal year 21 budget and then gave you an update on what the forecast is looking like and then what we're requesting for fiscal year 22. A few points I will point out on this is if you looked at our operating revenue for fiscal year 21, where we said we would have 250 million, and then the forecast is coming in at 185 million. You may think we really missed, our revenue projections. But what happened was when we got the CARES Act grants, we immediately used that funding to reduce the rates and charges that we charged the airlines, the rental cars, and the in-terminal concessions, so they didn't have to pay as much in fiscal year 21. So the decrease that you're seeing in operating revenue really is made up by 4 or 5 lines down in the AIP other grants. We had budgeted 18 million, but thanks to CARES Act, we were able to get 84 million. So the key point of this is that if you look at the very bottom, that's what ends up going into the airport cash reserves to fund all of the projects that we have here, as well as the major construction project. At this time when we presented the budget, we thought we would only have 24 million. Based on our forecast, we look to add around $70 million to the airport cash reserves. And the coming year, it's a little less than $50 million. So if we go to the next slide, this is really just a pie chart to kind of show you the different revenue sources that we have here at the airport. Prior to us moving into the new facilities and paying debt service, interest, and principal, airlines only accounted for 40% of our revenue streams. Now that they are required to pay the interest and principal charges, their share of the revenues definitely make up a larger proportion of the overall pie chart. If we go to the next slide, this really is just a chart that breaks down the airline revenues. And the significance here is you'll see in a 2019 landing fees was at 35 million. They're going up to 57 million. That's not because they've doubled the number of landings here in Salt Lake City or the weights that they have here. It's really based on how we set rates and charges at the airport. Not only are they required to cover the cost of the operating expenses out on the airfield, but any of the debt that's associated with the airfield, they're required to pay. So they basically just have higher rates that they're being charged here in Salt Lake City. So at the end of the day, you can kind of see we're very similar to what we thought we would have last year. And this does include around $33 million worth of CARES Act or CRRSA grant money that is helping to offset some of the cost pressures that we're seeing here in Salt Lake City. If we go to the next slide, this is really kind of the story here in Salt Lake City and where COVID-19 has really impacted the airport. We're starting to see a lot more leisure travel here in the airport, but what we're not seeing is we're still not seeing that business traveler coming out to the airport. And auto parking in a good year when we were closing the garage was around $37 million. We doubled the size of the garage and we took some optimistic kind of forecast. We thought we would do around $29 million in parking revenue. The reality is people are either parking off-site or they're asking, family members to bring them out here to the airport. We're only projecting about $15 million for our fiscal year 21. You will see a healthy increase, not quite back to 2019 levels, but we are starting to see the business traveler come back, and it will come back in waves. It's not going to all come back at once. But we have definitely seen a hit when it comes to parking. Rental cars, it's not as much. It's really dependent on how many people are flying to and from the airport. But the nice thing about the airport is if you're going to go to the ski resorts or you're going to go to the national parks, you're generally not going to take an Uber or Lyft out there. You're going to want your rental car here. And so we've actually seen really strong performance from the rental cars. The flip side is true for our ground transportation fees, the Ubers, the Lyfts, the shuttles, limos. That has taken quite a larger hit than anticipated. But if you really kind of think of the mentality of the passenger and COVID-19, it kind of makes sense. And we're going to get back to there. Food and beverage, it's just a lot lower, and it's two parts. We don't have as many passengers coming through the facilities, but we also don't have all of our concessions open today. We opened with about 60% of them. Our director of commercial services is getting that to be closer to 90% by this summer. And so that number will naturally increase as you have more food options available and you have more people going through the airport. If we go to the next slide, This really is kind of a pie chart of our operating expenses. To no one's surprise, salaries and wages tend to be a large expense for the airport. But you'll also see material supplies, maintenance contracts, intergovernmental charges. So if we go to the next slide past the pie chart, I know we're getting close on time, so I want to get through the information. This is just a breakdown of kind of the different categories. And Bill had alluded to this, but we had actually requested, and you guys had authorized us 77 full-time equivalents over the past 2 years. Now with the COVID-19 pandemic, we did not fund any of those positions because there was fewer passengers coming through the airport. What we are now requesting, if we go to the next slide, is to actually fund 38 of those 77 positions. They're already kind of authorized from you, but these are in key critical areas that we see here at the airport. You know, we're asking to put funding behind these positions for 2 positions in our badging office. We're asking for 5 additional terminal operational specialists. If you come out to the airport, some people are surprised that they're starting to see wait times in the TSA queues. It's not uncommon to come out here and wait 20 to 30 minutes. And with all the social distancing, those queuing lines are actually going out and beyond into the baggage hall. And so we really need additional staffing to kind of help there, as well as, you know, people coming through the airport for the first time. It's new to them. They don't know what they're doing. So if they see somebody with an airport shirt, they're more likely to come up and say, hey, where do I go to ticketing, or where's screening, or things like that. We continue to fund a lot of the requests from the airlines as far as facility maintenance coordinators, equipment operator supervisors, as well as some IT staffing. If we go to the next slide, this really is just kind of a benchmark for the airport. The airlines use this to say, how much does it cost us on a per passenger basis to operate at an airport? You know, the costs have been going up, but the reason that is because the denominator, the employments, is a lot lower. And so this is just standard information that you as city council members are used to seeing. The thing I will say is it's all over the board across the country, depending on when your fiscal year ends. We are doing our best to control the cost, which goes into the numerator, but the denominator is completely dependent on the passengers. If we go through the next slides, these are really just kind of our capital equipment requests. Of highlight, I'll just point out a fire truck's on there for $1 million. We have budgeted $1.2 million for a electric hydrogen bus. I'll be honest with you, for us to pull the trigger on that request, there would be some kind of state grant or funding behind it because there are additional infrastructure needs that would be needed, as this is just for one hydrogen bus, and we have a fleet of buses out here, and you can imagine how expensive that would get very quickly. But we're open to the idea and to looking into those kind of renewable sources of energy. If we go to this next slide, this is kind of the last big takeaway that we want you to be aware of. As was mentioned, we are going to be increasing, we've called it a lot of things. We started with the terminal redevelopment project, then we started with the North Concourse program. We've called it the airport redevelopment program. You'll see in our upcoming bond documents, we're going to go away from that. We're going to start calling it the new SLC now that the airport's open. But we're seeing a lot of cost pressures on the construction, and we're going to be asking you to amend our new SLC capital budget by $351 million. This is in addition to our ongoing just capital improvement program of around $40 million. If we go to the next slide, there's some descriptions of what that $40 million makes up. And really quickly, you know, 32 million of the 40 million is for cargo development. And so we're going to be doing a bunch of work up on the north side of the airport for additional cargo. We do have some funds for the BLM out in Tooele that they've requested. We have reimbursement agreements with them. We go to the next slide, realizing we are really out of time. These are the kind of the last of the 40 million. But the thing I will say is we're requesting 351 million, and it's twofold. We're adding scope to the program. Delta continues to request additional services here. You know, one of the prime examples is on opening day in September. They came and they said, why is there no heating or cooling in the passenger boarding bridges? And our response was, we've never had that here in Salt Lake City. And they said, well, we expect that of all of our new developments, so we would like you guys to go and install heating and cooling in the passenger boarding bridges. Well, that costs some money, and we have reserves in our budget for that. But it was around $7.5 million to do that. And we don't do it just for Delta, we do it for all the airline partners. So it's not just a Delta ask, it's for everybody. The other thing they ask for is when you gate check a bag, there's a slide that goes down the passenger boarding ramp. Well, they said, we don't like those ramps from a safety perspective. We want an electric conveyor so bags can come up and down. We've accommodated that, as well as they've kind of requested what they call a cold bag storage. If a passenger checks into the airport more than 2 hours early, the system doesn't know what to do with that bag. And so the airlines have said with COVID-19, people are getting to the airport much quicker. So we've included that scope adjustment in it there. It's around $30 million. So that's part of the story is we continue to have scope increases being requested by our airline partners. The other is there is just global supply chain issues with COVID-19. The price of steel, the price of concrete, it's going up. And while we've bid out and awarded the majority of the contracts for this redevelopment project, that central node and those 8 gates on the north, that has cost exposure because we have yet to award those. And so we're requesting to amend the budget by $351 million. As you can imagine, with any kind of budget amendment to this size, we have to consult with the airlines. The airlines have been presented all this information. They've asked detailed questions, and we've actually got a letter directly from Delta as required by our airline use agreement saying not only do they acknowledge the cost increases, but they're supportive of that and ask the airport to move forward. So with that, I will finish the slide deck and answer any questions you may have.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yeah, of course, council members, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. Good job. I've been at the airport. It's awesome. Only once though. I love everything about it. But the one thing that I noticed, my husband travels a lot, and so I drop him off many times, is the wait. So that we used to have a park and wait. Now we switched it to another site, but then there's still a lot of cars at the pickup area. There's always a line along the road up to the up to the where you drop people off, and there's always either a lot of policemen or a lot of cones. Like, what's happening with that?
So let me take that one, Brian. We still have the park and wait lot, and unfortunately, it's called something else right now. And one of the things that we've been doing really since we opened on September 15th is watching how people are using the airport, because those of us who work here have been here every day. I don't need any signs to tell me where to go. And so you make assumptions about how people are going to use the place that in some cases turn out to be wrong. And the park and wait lot is out by the gas station, and the service center where the Costa Vida is still there. But we noticed that people are not using it. So we're going to change the signage to make it a little more obvious, because what happens in the alternative is they come in on the lower roadway, which I'm looking at right now, and just park there and wait. And it creates a lot of congestion. So better signage and better communication on our part will help to address that.
So there's no plans of using the old park and wait, or any plans to change anything? I mean, budget-wise, if you
The old
guys are
park and wait is the new park and wait. It's still there.
okay.
Yeah,
The old one,
it's
right?
the roadway has changed obviously, because you used to go through this serpentine to get to the old airport, because we were, of course, building the new one. That's all gone, but the old park and wait lot is still there, and we're using it today. It's just that the signage that directs people there doesn't say park and wait. And so we're addressing that as we speak here right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Members, are there other questions? Yeah, please.
Director Wyatt, I know that you've had this question tossed at you dozens of times, but I wanted to talk to you and maybe you could help the council understand. The biggest complaint that we have about the airport is the walk, right? Is there anything that we're looking at doing to fix that or accommodate? I know that we've had discussions in the board meetings about it, but wanted to help the other council members hear what you've got on the horizon.
Great. Yeah. You know, we built an airport that is substantially bigger than the old one because we were not just out of room, but way out of room. And so I think I want to do two things. Explain why it is so big, number one, because it might or it might not be obvious. But the airlines and the airport, this is some time ago, back in, you know, the sort of the 2014 or 15 period, decided that 75 gates would be the right target. So each airline actually signed up for a specific number of gates. And with the bigger aircraft that are now calling on Salt Lake, it just means that the wingtip to wingtip is just bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's really what determines why one gate is as far away from the other gate as it is. And as it turns out, we can fit 52 gates between the two parallel runways. And if you try to do any more, then you're going to impede and impinge upon the parallel runways. So 52 gates. The size of the gates are determined by the size of the aircraft. And we can look forward 30 years and figure out what that size is without great complexity. So then why is the North Concourse so far away? And understand that the parallel runways are perpendicular to, or rather the parallel concourses are perpendicular to the runways. And that is so an airplane, wherever they park, has unimpeded access to either runway. They don't have to stop, run their engines forever. That's really key. So Concourse B is as far from Concourse A, it's a quarter of a mile, and here's why. When you park a plane at a jet bridge on Concourse B, then you park one on Concourse A, and then you allow for dual taxi lane access, so no one ever has to stop. That is driven by metrics which we get from the FAA. They tell you how much room you have to provide for taxi lanes and to be sure that aircraft are not hitting each other. So it's not much more complicated than that. That just has to do with the size of the planes. When we decided to rephase the airport, if you'll remember, originally people were going to come through the security checkpoint. Some would turn right, some would turn left. The right ones would be going to the old airport, to Old Concourse C and Old Concourse B. With the decision to tear all of that down at one time, now everybody entering the airport goes out into the plaza, turns left, and either they're getting a Delta flight on Concourse A, or they're going through the mid-concourse tunnel over to Concourse B. We have certainly had a lot of questions from people about why don't we run carts? And the answer is pretty simple. In the concourse itself, the A concourse, it's just too crowded. And you're not going to go any faster in a cart than you are if you walk. And also, the airport did away with carts. My predecessor, Maureen Riley, did away with carts about a decade ago because of the number of tort liability lawsuits from hitting passengers. We have talked to the airlines about operating tunnels, or rather carts, in the mid-concourse tunnel, and they've been authorized to do so. We've set out some rules for them on how many, how fast, and so on and so forth. And I think they've actually ordered the equipment, and so that could arrive at some point any time now, and they'll begin to operate that. We have provided, of course, moving walkways in the concourses and in the tunnel themselves. And the other thing is when the central tunnel is open and the A concourse east is complete, it's going to be a completely different picture, because then you walk out into the plaza and go straight down into the tunnel. You don't have to go halfway down A concourse west, then go through the tunnel, then go to the B concourse. The other thing, and if you listen to KUER, you've probably heard our underwriting. We're just doing a lot more messaging with people that, sad though it may be, the days when you could park in the old garage and be at your gate in 8 minutes are gone. You have to get here, as the airport website says, and as all the carriers say, 2 hours in advance, take your time, have a meal, enjoy yourself. But we're, I think, in a process of just re-educating about the fact that the distances are longer because the airport is bigger, because this valley keeps growing at the rate that it does. And so it's just going to take longer. We are working out all of the kinks in the checkpoint, which I think will improve things as well. And we are investigating whether or not to add a train in the central tunnel in this next phase. They're very expensive. They're $100 million roughly. And we'll let the airlines chew on that once we have a game plan. Should that be the case, the distance between A and B will be practically non-existent. But as I said, it's a very expensive proposition, so we'll have to see if it's something they're interested in paying for. And I hope that gets at your question. I do it every day. I'm in great shape.
You are totally. I appreciate that, Director White. I think it helps out a lot that you explained that once the rest of the concourse is built, that it's going to change completely. That for me was a game changer in understanding that. You know, we've seen so many articles come back about how wonderful the airport is, and it is. It's a fantastic feat that we're accomplishing, and faster than we've ever dreamed of. Just that one little hiccup, and I love the explanation. So thank you.
I would also say when the central tunnel opens, also the hard stand operation will go away, and people are really going to enjoy that when it goes away. It's not a great customer service, but it was really the only option we had to be sure that we had the flexibility to offer the airlines as much capacity as they needed. Delta today is flying 100% of the seats in our market as they did in 2019. So that just tells you where things are headed here.
Thank you, Bill. Council members, are there, Darren?
I just was wondering if we could get a copy of the presentation that was shown. I didn't see that included in our packet, and it had some great statistics I'd love to reference.
Great, we'll do that.
Any other questions, council members? Sorry, it just became very loud in my house. Bill, thank you, both Bill and Brian, for that presentation. And I have to say that I went to Hawaii a couple of weeks ago, and it was my first time at flying out of the airport. But I totally geeked out about it and was telling my friend all about how the airport works and what's underneath it and all of these things. And I was so excited. And also incredibly excited, as you know, that we do offer free menstrual hygiene products, because there is nowhere else, I swear, in the country that does that. So thank you for that.
You bet, thank you.
Thank you for your great work with our airport, and I look forward to seeing you soon in person one day.
Yeah, great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
With that, we will go to our next item, which is the proposed budget for the Salt Lake City Public Library System. We have Russell Weeks from council staff, Peter Bromberg, the executive director, and some of his board members as well joining us, I believe. Oh, there you are, Peter. Good to see you. I will turn it over to Russell first. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I think it was 4 years ago, I described one of the library's budgets as prudently ambitious. This year's budget is sort of like prudently moving forward after dealing with a pandemic. Should note that property tax is still the mainstay for revenue at the library, but they appear to be in pretty good shape. And with that, I'll turn that over to Peter and board members and other administrators. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Russell. A technical question. I know I shared the slide deck. I'm not sure how that's to be shared. If you have that on your end, if someone's sharing it, or what the technical. There we go. Okay. That's not ours. But well, there we go. There it is. So I'll just give a. Can I advance these myself? It looks like I can. Great. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I do want to introduce, I'm not sure if they're logged on or not yet, but members of my library leadership team, Debbie Ehrman, Jace Bunting, and Gordon Bradbury, who are here to be resources for any technical questions that may arise. I want to note before I jump in that this will be my final budget presentation on behalf of the library to the council. I believe you all know that I'll be leaving the library as of May 3rd. And I just wanted to acknowledge that it's been a real pleasure working with all of you. And Russell, you've been a wonderful liaison as well. And I'm not sure if it was you, but someone used the word audacious in my first budget presentation. So that stuck in my head. So I also want to acknowledge before diving in, Jace Bunting specifically. I mean, my whole leadership team has been fantastic to work with. Jace has been just an incredibly effective and responsible guide in helping to steward our budget resources, and particularly this year, right, with the pandemic and anticipated and experienced some reductions in revenue. Because Jace has always really guided us to be very conservative in our savings and our fund balance, and maintain a healthy fund balance. And also back in 2017, when we began dedicating funds for capital and IT infrastructure, it really allowed us to be able to get through this year pretty healthy by deferring expenses and really going through that process that we've all went through of prioritizing. But I just wanted to thank Jace for that, as well as my leadership team for coming together and helping to prioritize that. We've done more this year than simply keep the library operating. In fact, we really greatly expanded our virtual services, everything from our Holds to Go, which is actually in person, right, but picking up curbside, to virtual story time, circulating hotspots and literacy kits, and on and on. It's almost like we were running 3 libraries simultaneously as we were figuring out, right, how to address the pandemic, how to convert all of our operational pieces to the virtual world, and then all of our services, doing things like printing PPE with our 3D printers, distributing thousands of books throughout the community, physical books for keeps, to places like homeless resource centers and veterans hospitals, nursing homes, and partnering with Youth City to provide some space in the main library, and partnering with VOA, et cetera. So, yeah.
Peter, I am sorry to interrupt you at this time. And I may interrupt in a little bit. It does appear that we might have the judge on the bench to read the verdict in the Chauvin trial, and we are going to take a break during that. So I apologize for interrupting your presentation, but we are going to take a break at this time. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
it looks like I have a quorum, so we're go ahead and get restarted.
Okay. Well, no need to apologize for taking that break. I mean, this is a moment in history, and I'm going to try and keep it together. Just feeling a lot of emotions. I think moving forward, I'll just take this as a just the facts kind of presentation. I'm going to begin with our budget priorities, which you see up on our screen. And they're similar to the priorities that we've had guiding us this year. One priority is to take care of our staff and to be a great place to work. And some of the ways in which that's being reflected in the budget this year is having a fair compensation, having a 3.3% increase. So we're giving a 1.8% in COLA and 1.5% in merit increase. Having fair and competitive benefits, fully funding a revised tuition benefit, as well as, of course, our healthcare benefits. I apologize. I got to take a couple breaths.
Peter, we can take as much time. It is a rather historic moment, and it is something that I think is emotional for many of us.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate you all as well. You know, we haven't had a lot of time to process and work through what we're feeling. So, again, I'll try to stay on the script here then and move forward. Our next priority is taking care of our patrons, and that means creating meaningful outcomes and experiences, right? So outcome is just, are we making a difference in someone's life? And everyone on this call right now is getting out of bed in the morning for that same reason, right? Trying to make a difference in people's lives and trying to have our budget reflect that through having equitable and expert staffing at all of our locations, having equitable programs and services and collections and hours across locations. So whether you live on the East Bench or you live in Rose Park, right, we want to have people have access to services and collections and staff that can help them to achieve what they're trying to achieve in their lives and for their families, whether that's educational or work or hobby or just connecting with neighbors. Tailoring our collections to the needs of usage patterns locally, right? And of course, having safe and welcoming environments for everyone, regardless of which library location you're coming into. And then thirdly, taking care of our organization and our future, kind of smushed two together there a little bit. But you know, exhibiting operational excellence and really promoting that long-term sustainability. That's both, you know, includes for taking care of our facilities and our technology infrastructure, following our facilities conditions assessment that has identified $10 million worth of deferred maintenance, and just following that roadmap to take care of all those pieces, completing our master facilities plan, but doing some budgeting for some professional and technical services next year so we can begin implementation, doing some site surveys and things. But also really, as you'll see, having some staffing efficiencies. So we're adding 2 new positions, but actually reducing our FTE through some efficiencies. And then as far as, you know, supporting post-COVID recovery, we've already begun investing in things like maintaining safe air handler replacements, you know, disinfecting, support for our custodial staff so they have PPE and cleaning supplies, and also looking at providing ergonomic and healthy, efficient telecommuting options. So that's everything from stand-up desks and, you know, furniture and things that, you know, we want to figure out how moving forward we can support telecommuting where it's appropriate, and also for the, you know, for the benefits for air quality as well. So moving ahead here, let's see if I can advance the slide. It looks like I can. In terms of revenue, I just want to say overall our budget it's actually lower by $1 million plus, largely due to just a lower transfer transfer of capital, but our operating budget is very steady. And if you're following along on the budget book, I've added some page numbers here. So on page 10 and 11, we're projecting a shortfall, a small shortfall on revenue versus budgeted expenses. And we'll talk about that when we talk about fund balance a little bit below. But we are projecting new growth at $375,000, and our intergovernmental revenue is pretty close to the same. Our interest earnings are down significantly, as we all know. Interest rates are really low. And so those are some of the areas where we're seeing less revenue projection. Also charges for services we're estimating to be down. Our passport revenue, which actually might turn out higher than we're budgeting since we're already ramping that back up again. But revenue for print jobs and for rent, we're just projecting that conservatively to come in lower this year, not knowing when we were going to be coming out of the pandemic. And it seems like probably a little sooner than we were anticipating for our budget. So let's see, I'm going to try and advance the slide again. I'm having trouble as I wander. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So as for expenditures, we're keeping things pretty flat, and I'll get into some detail here. There we go. Okay, there we go. For our capital expenditures, our main library roof is one of the big project, the big project. It has leaked for 18 years since we've opened, and while we're looking at replacing the entire roof, we're also looking at this opportunity we have to improve usability as well. And we're looking at some different designs so that we're not necessarily going to put it back on exactly how it is, but make some usability improvements, increase some of the space and the flexibility of how that space can be used by members of the public. In essence, creating almost more park space, but up on the roof, right? And also performance space that could be used. We already have $2 million in carryover though from this year, and so that project will continue into next year. There's a number of other capital projects. Replacing our IT, some servers is one of the more significant ones. Our urban room ceiling, so the urban room being that lobby area when you come into the library, we'll be addressing that as well. And some other projects like refurbishing elevator and doing some work on the Glendale and Foothill roofs and some ADA enhancements, as well as exterior lighting and HVAC at the Day Riverside branch. So those are the highlights of our capital budget. All right. Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure if I was advancing it or if someone else was. So as for personnel, as I mentioned, we're actually down 0.7 FTE in this budget. I think it's the first year since I've been here that we haven't grown our FTE at least a little bit. But we are adding a new position. It's really a manager of public services position that we've already have in place on a temporary basis, and if the budget is passed, we seek to make that a permanent position. We're finding a lot of benefits from that, having a manager over all of our public services and bringing them together. We also have, again, a position that already exists this year. We converted a budgeted position for development director that was really budgeted to help us look at funding the results of the master facilities plan, and had converted that to a administrative manager of equity, diversity, and inclusion. So that's a position that we have in place currently, and we're seeing many benefits from that. As I mentioned, the compensation request this year is for 3.3%, broken up as a 1.5% COLA, which is the actual cost of living increase as reported by a number of sources in Salt Lake City, and then 1.8% for our merit. Actually, I think I've reversed that. I apologize. But the merit increase, that's the thing that helps us avoid compression in the future, right? So that the person who's hired into a position on July 1st is making a little bit less than the person who's got a year or two in. So that's we try to fund the merit increase every year. For healthcare, we're budgeting a 4.4% increase, although the budget actually only shows a 1.4% because we projected that increase this year that didn't happen, but it's actually going to be a 4.4% increase over our actual from this year. And then we're also reducing what we call flex time. That's sort of our substitute budget, or our, our flexible staff, people who come in to cover shifts on short notice. So we have a team of substitutes, and we're reducing that flex time budget based on actual usage, as well as doing more cross scheduling and sharing of staff across the system. So there's some savings to be had there. Moving on to our next slide of operations. Our whole operations budget is only a 58% increase, and you'll see that our collections budget is being increased by 58,000, and that's really to address the high cost of e-materials. So one of the the benefits of the pandemic, and it's hard to find silver linings, but our people have discovered our electronic resources. So that's ebooks, e-audiobooks, e-magazines. And the good news, bad news there is, while usage is going through the roof, the pricing models on e-materials is a little bit out of hand. And so whereas it might cost us $20 to buy a print book that we can keep until it wears out and the covers fall off, that same e-audiobook or ebook might cost us $100 or $120, and we might have a limited license on that needs to be replaced after a couple months. So we are having savings and cuts in other areas of our collections budget, but we needed this to just address that increased usage. And then our property and liability insurance is also up 29%, but again, through savings in other areas. We're only increasing our operations by 58,000. So if we can go to the next slide, which is our fund balance. We have, as I mentioned earlier, due to the very expert guidance of Jace Bunting, a very healthy fund balance. At the end of our current fiscal year, we'll have 5.4 million in the fund, which is healthy. And then we anticipate at the end of FY22 to have 4.6 million, which is about 19% of our operational budget. And I think Russell pointed out in his report that, it's been the practice of the library system to carry that unrestricted fund balance of about 2 months, which is about 16%, because we need that 2 months of operating reserve should it be needed. And that has to do with some of the technicals of when our revenues hit our bank accounts, right? So our goal is usually 16%, and so we're still pretty healthy and shooting for a 19% fund balance. I do want to point out that in FY22, we're doing something that we don't normally do, which is appropriating some fund balance monies for operational. So 313,500 is going to be for capital, but we are using 179.5 for one-time operational expenses, so things like doing some security testing, and that's that's well within the appropriate use of fund balance for one-time operational expenses. We are budgeting 294,560 for ongoing operating, and that's where we don't normally touch fund balance for ongoing operating. We do think it's likely that we actually won't touch that, it'll be covered by underexpend, but to balance the budget, that's we're budgeting for that almost 300,000 in ongoing operating. So those are the key points as I see them that I thought you might find of interest or value. So I'll just open it up at this point for questions or discussion that you might have about any of those points.
Peter, I first just really want to say thank you for pushing forward this. There's a lot going on in all of our heads and hearts and right now, and I don't think that I have processed everything yet of how I'm feeling. And so I really, truly appreciate you kind of moving forward in the best possible way as we all kind of sit and process with these things right now. There's a reason that you're one of my favorite people, and that's one of those reasons. You really, I'm gonna miss you at the library. You've done a wonderful job with our library, and you handle everything that is pushed at you through all of 2020 and everything that the libraries have gone through with such humility and grace. And I really, truly appreciate you today and kind of working with us as we all try to process through these things. So thank you so much.
That is so meaningful. Thank you for sharing that. And I will send that right back out to all of you. We're all experiencing this together right now, and it's not easy for anyone. I imagine it's not easy for you to have to sit through a library budget presentation when there's more important things happening in the world at this very moment. And so I appreciate your willingness to be here with me and to hear the presentation. So it's also just been a real honor and joy to work with all of you. And I'm not leaving Salt Lake City, and I live in your district, Councilmember Fowler. So if I can ever be of any service or support in any way to any of you, please don't hesitate. And I won't hesitate to reach out to you too, to offer that again. So.
Thank you. Thank you. James?
Madam Chair, I want to echo that too. You know, Peter, this is my 8th budget year, and I have never been as impressed with a library director as I have with you in the budget process. So, you know, you coming on board was a huge saving grace, I think, for the library system in righting a ship and the past history from prior administrations. So I just want you to know, Peter, and I tell you that in our meetings, how much I appreciate you and your efforts in making our library system what it is today. The new products that you brought on, the new projects. You know, you have people compliment us all the time in how we're constantly adapting to, you know, new ways. And you know what, that's really hard for a lot of government entities when you look at that, to implement new ways of doing things. And you have done that wholeheartedly. And I know your staff has a lot to do with that, but it starts at the top. So I just want you to know, from my perspective as a resident of Salt Lake City, thank you so much for all that you have done for our library program.
Well, thank you so much, Councilmember Rogers. I appreciate that. And I'll just, as you've noted, I'm just one person, you know, and I'm sure I have contributed some positive things, but I certainly didn't do it alone. So I have a great team that I work with, my leadership team, my managers, my staff. It's been difficult and challenging for all of us, particularly this year. And you know, I just have a lot of appreciation and pride for the people that I've had the good fortune to work with at the library.
Yeah, but you know, Director Bromberg, it goes a lot to say from a director's standpoint. Somebody could just be in that position and do absolutely nothing and just say everything is good. And you're not doing that. You're taking ideas from people who are working in the department and taking those and implementing them. So it's something that I think across the city and across all of government that we should be taking a look at.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Peter. Chris and Anna.
I just wanted to echo those thanks, Peter, and it just is, I said before, we're going to be sorry to see you go from the city, but we're glad that you're staying in the city. And thanks for getting through that presentation under the circumstances.
Yeah. Thank you.
Peter, thank you so much for doing what you've done with your staff. I think that Salt Lake City had a good system, but you elevated, you know, you brought it to the next level, and the clarity of the budget and the things that we needed and the things that you wanted to do has made, you know, the library is cool again, I guess, if that's a thing. So I really appreciate
It is.
the work. And I really, really appreciate all the work that you and your team have done. So we'll miss you, and we will see you around at Amy's backyard. I just invited myself and you.
Now I want that invite. If I don't get it.
Anytime.
So good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council members and Peter, thank you again for being here and kind of walking through this with us a little bit. It's, you know, it's always hard to try to be on one thing and still know that we have a lot of work that we have to do and we're trying to do as stewards of our city. And so again, thank you for that. And council members, we are actually going to take a longer break. I believe there is a press conference that several council members would like to attend, and I encourage anyone who's watching our Facebook or anything to join us in that. So we will be taking basically our dinner break now. We will break now and come back. I'm gonna guess probably around 5:30, 5:15. I'm not sure. Around that time. So again, I want to thank everyone, and we will see you all back here in a couple of hours.
Okay. Thank you all again. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Bye-bye. April is Earth Month, and Salt Lake City's Sustainability and Parks and Public Lands team have your Earth Day guide to local events happening in and around the city, both in-person and virtual events. To learn more, visit slcgreenblog.com. On our episode this week, we hear from Christopher Thomas with the city's sustainability team about the city's progress towards renewable energy and what that means for residents as well as businesses and how you can get involved. And our History Minute this week is about Tim DeChristopher, local activist known for his civil disobedience to combat climate change. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 13th meeting, the City Council received a briefing on the proposed public utilities budget, community development block grant funds, and other items. They received a briefing about a resolution on renewing the city's application for the Utah Recycling Market Development Zone program, received a number of updates on important topics from racial equity and policing, homelessness issues and the pandemic, and, acting as the redevelopment agency, reviewed a community-driven visioning process to revitalize historic Japantown. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
That as a city, we will be guided by public health data, and that protecting the health of our residents will always be my highest priority. That North Star has meant making some difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions based on the advice from public health experts.
While the mask requirements for the state of Utah have been lifted, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall issued an emergency proclamation in early April requiring individuals within the city to wear masks or face coverings when in public spaces or with people outside their households. This mask requirement will stay in effect until the mayor ends the city's state of emergency. To learn more and stay connected, visit slc.gov.
In a home fire, you have just 2 minutes to escape. That's why the American Red Cross wants your family to practice your 2-minute escape drill and test your smoke alarms monthly. Visit soundthealarm.org/Utah to schedule your free virtual home fire safety education appointment.
Behind on the rent? Worried about being evicted during a pandemic? There is help. The National Eviction Moratorium has been extended until June 30th to help keep renters impacted by COVID-19 in their homes and give them more time to get on steady financial ground. Under the moratorium, tenants are still responsible for their rent, but assistance is available to all Utahns who meet the eligibility criteria. For more information, visit People's Legal Aid of Utah at plautah.org or Utah Community Action's Landlord-Tenant Mediation Program at utahca.org/housing-case-management. Despite the challenges in the past year, Salt Lake City and nearly 24 other communities in Utah have made progress on the path to achieving community-wide net 100% renewable electricity. Christopher Thomas, Senior Energy and Climate Program Manager for Salt Lake City's Sustainability Department, shares details.
What progress has Salt Lake City made as we work to transition to our renewable energy goals?
Yeah, so it's really exciting because last year we finalized a deal that will be Salt Lake City's largest single renewable energy project. And so that will be from the 80 megawatt Electron solar farm that will be built right here in Utah in Tooele County. And so with this project, Salt Lake City government will have our energy mix jump from about 14% coming from renewable sources today to between 50 and 90% coming from renewable sources by 2023. So huge jump. The other exciting thing about this, I have to say, is it's very affordable. We are expecting a smaller than 2% impact to our annual electric bill.
Can you tell me about the community renewable energy program in order to get people, using more renewable energy in the community?
The Electron Solar project I mentioned, that is to help source Salt Lake City government's electricity from renewable sources. The much bigger program that I'm working on will be the Community Renewable Energy Program. And so that one is designed to give Salt Lake City residents and businesses a net 100% renewable electricity option on their bills. And so what this does is it gives our community the power to basically transform our electric grid just by paying our electric bills every month. Where this started was a collaboration among Salt Lake City and a few other communities and Rocky Mountain Power. And that resulted in a 2019 law called the Community Renewable Energy Act. And so that sets out a number of steps we need to complete before we get approval of the program. And, you know, it's a first of its kind program in the nation. So there's a lot that we're having to create, but it's very exciting and should be a huge game changer in terms of our ability to access clean energy.
How does this program specifically help us clean up our electrical system and our grid? And what tangible benefits are residents going to be seeing as we implement this?
Historically, our utility, Rocky Mountain Power, their single largest energy source has been coal. And we know that burning coal impacts our climate. It produces air pollution. So with our Community Renewable Energy Program, communities will be purchasing clean energy from wind and solar farms, and that will feed directly into Rocky Mountain Power's electrical system, meaning we won't need as much dirty energy because we'll be relying on clean energy. And so as we meet our clean energy goals, the whole grid gets cleaner. And it's important to mention, because I've gotten this question, the goal here is for net 100% renewable energy. But the idea is that for all the electricity being consumed, renewable energy is going onto the grid for the participants of the program.
What's the financial impact for residents going to be?
That's a very important question, and I think everybody is really keen to know the answer to that. We don't yet have a specific number because it really depends on a lot of factors. One thing we're very confident in, though, is that it will be affordable, because if you look today, wind and solar are some of the very cheapest energy sources that you can build right now. But the devil is in the details, and so that's why Salt Lake City and the other communities who decide to participate will budget for expert consultants who will help us work through all the nuances and design a program and then negotiate it with our utility, Rocky Mountain Power, because importantly, our utility has to agree to how the program will work.
For residents who think this community renewable energy program is great, but they maybe don't want to wait in the meantime and want to do something on their own, how important can rooftop solar or people moving to their own renewable sources be in this effort?
Yeah, if you want to go solar today, I would encourage both residents and businesses, look at rooftop solar, look at batteries. I mean, it's never been more affordable. There's federal tax credits. It's a way that you can help support our community-wide renewable energy goal now, and you don't necessarily need to wait for this program to get up and running.
What are the next steps from here, both as Salt Lake City as a government entity and for residents who want to know more or get involved? What are the next steps for you and what are the next steps for them?
Well, like I've said, there's several important steps we need to complete. These are many of these are required by state law. So first is the 23 communities who are eligible need to decide, do they actually want to participate and move forward? And so then once we know who wants to participate, we then have to design the program, have everyone agree to it, including Rocky Mountain Power. We then need to submit our program proposal to the state, and the state will have to approve it in order for it to move forward. At that point, each community will have the option to finalize their participation, and then we'll start procuring new wind and solar farms. And those are major construction projects. So those will take a couple of years to complete. So hopefully we'll see the first new renewable energy projects coming online in like the 2024 to 2025 timeframe. You'd asked too about how do people kind of get involved or stay up to date on what's happening. Probably the best resources I'd recommend is if you want to learn more, you can visit our website. It's called utah100communities.org. So you can find a lot of information there. Businesses who are eager to support renewable energy can find there a sign-on pledge where they can support the program, which we would appreciate. And then for residents, you visit our website at slcgreen.com. That's the Salt Lake City Sustainability website. Sign up for our monthly newsletter and follow us on social media, and you'll be up to date on everything that's happening.
And now we go back in time for our History Minute.
In his 20s, Tim DeChristopher moved to Utah to work as a wilderness guide for troubled youth and attend the University of Utah. In the winter of 2008, as the presidential administration was about to change, the Bureau of Land Management decided to rush through an auction to sell a number of oil and gas leases on Utah's public lands. Naturally, there was a controversy, and protests broke out. In December of that year, after finishing his final exams, DeChristopher took tracks downtown to a protest outside the auction. Eventually, he found his way inside and signed up as bidder 70. Once there, he started running up prices on the auction. Eventually, he started winning all of the auctions. The scene turned chaotic when it was realized that DeChristopher had no intention or ability to pay for the rights he'd bid on. But this was enough of a ruckus to prevent the auction from taking effect. Because of the laws in place, it took 30 days to reconvene the auction, but by that time, President Obama had taken office and an investigation revealed the wrongdoing of the Bureau of Land Management. So it was a victory for Utah and the environment, and the auction was canceled altogether. Many people supported and celebrated Tim's sacrifice in stymieing lease sales next to the world-class Red Rock of Moab, Utah. Others bristled at his civil disobedience. DeChristopher, rather than pleading guilty, was sentenced to 2 years in prison for his monkey-wrenching acts. He was released from his imprisonment on April 21st, 2013.
That's it for another episode. Enjoy your Earth Month, and remember, the impacts of your everyday actions can make a huge difference. From riding your bike to walking to work, running errands without having to drive a car is one action, or by recycling. There are so many ways to get involved. To learn more, visit SLC Green, or you can follow them on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Or to learn more, visit slc.gov. Thank you for tuning in. We hope to see you next time. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. April is Earth Month, and Salt Lake City's Sustainability and Parks and Public Lands team have your Earth Day guide to local events happening in and around the city, both in-person and virtual events. To learn more, visit slcgreenblog.com. On our episode this week, we hear from Christopher Thomas with the city's sustainability team about the city's progress towards renewable energy and what that means for residents as well as businesses, and how you can get involved. And our History Minute this week is about Tim DeChristopher, local activist known for his civil disobedience to combat climate change. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 13th meeting, the City Council received a briefing on the proposed public utilities budget, community development block grant funds, and other items. They received a briefing about a resolution on renewing the city's application for the Utah Recycling Market Development Zone program, received a number of updates on important topics from racial equity in policing, homelessness issues, and the pandemic, and, acting as the redevelopment agency, reviewed a community-driven visioning process to revitalize historic Japantown. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
That as a city, we will be guided by public health data, and that protecting the health of our residents will always be my highest priority. That North Star has meant making some difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions based on the advice from public health experts.
While the mask requirements for the state of Utah have been lifted, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall issued an emergency proclamation in early April requiring individuals within the city to wear masks or face coverings when in public spaces or with people outside their households. This mask requirement will stay in effect until the mayor ends the city's state of emergency. To learn more and stay connected, visit slc.gov.
In a home fire, you have just 2 minutes to escape. That's why the American Red Cross wants your family to practice your 2-minute escape drill and test your smoke alarms monthly. Visit soundthealarm.org/Utah to schedule your free virtual home fire safety education appointment.
Behind on the rent? Worried about being evicted during a pandemic? There is help. The National Eviction Moratorium has been extended until June 30th to help keep renters impacted by COVID-19 in their homes and give them more time to get on steady financial ground. Under the moratorium, tenants are still responsible for their rent, but assistance is available to all Utahns who meet the eligibility criteria. For more information, visit People's Legal Aid of Utah at plautah.org or Utah Community Action's Landlord-Tenant Mediation Program at utahca.org/housing-case-management. Despite the challenges in the past year, Salt Lake City and nearly 24 other communities in Utah have made progress on the path to achieving community-wide net 100% renewable electricity. Christopher Thomas, Senior Energy and Climate Program Manager for Salt Lake City Sustainability Department, shares details.
What progress has Salt Lake City made as we work to transition to our renewable energy goals?
Yeah, so it's really exciting because last year we finalized a deal that will be Salt Lake City's largest single renewable energy project. And so that will be from the 80 megawatt Electron solar farm that will be built right here in Utah in Tooele County. And so with this project, Salt Lake City government will have our energy mix jump from about 14% coming from renewable sources today to between 50 and 90% coming from renewable sources by 2023. So huge jump. The other exciting thing about this, I have to say, is it's very affordable. We are expecting a smaller than 2% impact to our annual electric bill.
Can you tell me about the Community Renewable Energy Program in order to get people, using more renewable energy in the community?
The Electron Solar Project I mentioned, that is to help source Salt Lake City government's electricity from renewable sources. The much bigger program that I'm working on will be the Community Renewable Energy Program. And so that one is designed to give Salt Lake City residents and businesses a net 100% renewable electricity option on their bills. And so what this does is it gives our community the power to basically transform our electric grid just by paying our electric bills every month. Where this started was a collaboration among Salt Lake City and a few other communities and Rocky Mountain Power, and that resulted in a 2019 law called the Community Renewable Energy Act. And so that sets out a number of steps we need to complete before we get approval of the program. It's a first of its kind program in the nation. So there's a lot that we're having to create. But it's very exciting and should be a huge game changer in terms of our ability to access clean energy.
How does this program specifically help us clean up our electrical system and our grid? And what tangible benefits are residents going to be seeing as we implement this?
Historically, our utility, Rocky Mountain Power, their single largest energy source has been coal. And we know that burning coal impacts our climate. It produces air pollution. So with our Community Renewable Energy Program, communities will be purchasing clean energy from wind and solar farms, and that will feed directly into Rocky Mountain Power's electrical system, meaning we won't need as much dirty energy because we'll be relying on clean energy. And so as we meet our clean energy goals, the whole grid gets cleaner. And it's important to mention, because I've gotten this question, the goal here is for net 100% renewable energy. But the idea is that for all the electricity being consumed, renewable energy is going onto the grid for the participants of the program.
What's the financial impact for residents going to be?
That's a very important question, and I think everybody is really keen to know the answer to that. We don't yet have a specific number because it really depends on a lot of factors. One thing we're very confident in, though, is that it will be affordable. Because if you look today, wind and solar are some of the very cheapest energy sources that you can build right now. But the devil is in the details. And so that's why Salt Lake City and the other communities who decide to participate will budget for expert consultants who will help us work through all the nuances and design a program and then negotiate it with our utility, Rocky Mountain Power. Because importantly, our utility has to agree to how the program will work.
For residents who think this community renewable energy program is great, but they maybe don't want to wait in the meantime and want to do something on their own, how important can rooftop solar or people moving to their own renewable sources be in this effort?
Yeah, if you want to go solar today, I would encourage both residents and businesses, look at rooftop solar, look at batteries. I mean, it's never been more affordable. There's federal tax credits. It's a way that you can help support our community-wide renewable energy goal now, and you don't necessarily need to wait for this program to get up and running.
What are the next steps from here, both as Salt Lake City as a government entity and for residents who want to know more or get involved? What are the next steps for you and what are the next steps for them?
Well, like I've said, there's several important steps we need to complete. These are many of these are required by state law. So first is the 23 communities who are eligible need to decide, do they actually want to participate and move forward? And so then once we know who wants to participate, we then have to design the program, have everyone agree to it, including Rocky Mountain Power. We then need to submit our program proposal to the state, and the state will have to approve it in order for it to move forward. At that point, each community will have the option to finalize their participation, and then we'll start procuring new wind and solar farms. And those are major construction projects. So those will take a couple of years to complete. So hopefully we'll see the first new renewable energy projects coming online in like the 2024 to 2025 timeframe. You'd asked too about how do people kind of get involved or stay up to date on what's happening. Probably the best resources I'd recommend is if you want to learn more, you can visit our website. It's called utah100communities.org. So you can find a lot of information there. Businesses who are eager to support renewable energy can find there a sign-on pledge where they can support the program, which we would appreciate. And then for residents, you can visit our website at slcgreen.com. That's the Salt Lake City Sustainability website. Sign up for our monthly newsletter and follow us on social media, and you'll be up to date on everything that's happening.
And now we go back in time for our History Minute.
In his 20s, Tim DeChristopher moved to Utah to work as a wilderness guide for troubled youth and attend the University of Utah. In the winter of 2008, as the presidential administration was about to change, the Bureau of Land Management decided to rush through an auction to sell a number of oil and gas leases on Utah's public lands. Naturally, there was a controversy, and protests broke out. In December of that year, after finishing his final exams, DeChristopher took tracks downtown to a protest outside the auction. Eventually, he found his way inside and signed up as bidder 70. Once there, he started running up prices on the auction. Eventually, he started winning all of the auctions. The scene turned chaotic when it was realized that DeChristopher had no intention or ability to pay for the rights he'd bid on. But this was enough of a ruckus to prevent the auction from taking effect. Because of the laws in place, it took 30 days to reconvene the auction, but by that time, President Obama had taken office and an investigation revealed the wrongdoing of the Bureau of Land Management. So it was a victory for Utah and the environment, and the auction was canceled altogether. Many people supported and celebrated Tim's sacrifice in stymieing lease sales next to the world-class Red Rock of Moab, Utah. Others bristled at his civil disobedience. DeChristopher, rather than pleading guilty, was sentenced to 2 years in prison for his monkey-wrenching acts. He was released from his imprisonment on April 21st, 2013.
That's it for another episode. Enjoy your Earth Month, and remember, the impacts of your everyday actions can make a huge difference. From riding your bike to walking to work, running errands without having to drive a car is one action, or by recycling, There are so many ways to get involved. To learn more, visit SLC Green, or you can follow them on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Or to learn more, visit slc.gov. Thank you for tuning in. We hope to see you next time. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. April is Earth Month, and Salt Lake City's Sustainability and Parks and Public Lands team have your Earth Day guide to local events happening in and around the city, both in-person and virtual events. To learn more, visit slcgreenblog.com. On our episode this week, we hear from Christopher Thomas with the city's sustainability team about the city's progress towards renewable energy and what that means for residents as well as businesses and how you can get involved. And our History Minute this week is about Tim DeChristopher, local activist known for his civil disobedience to combat climate change. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 13th meeting, the City Council received a briefing on the proposed public utilities budget, community development block grant funds, and other items. They received a briefing about a resolution on renewing the city's application for the Utah Recycling Market Development Zone program, received a number of updates on important topics from racial equity and policing, homelessness issues and the pandemic, and, acting as the redevelopment agency, reviewed a community-driven visioning process to revitalize historic Japantown. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
That as a city, we will be guided by public health data, and that protecting the health of our residents will always be my highest priority. That North Star has meant making some difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions based on the advice from public health experts.
While the mask requirements for the state of Utah have been lifted, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall issued an emergency proclamation in early April requiring individuals within the city to wear masks or face coverings when in public spaces or with people outside their households. This mask requirement will stay in effect until the mayor ends the city's state of emergency. To learn more and stay connected, visit slc.gov.
In a home fire, you have just 2 minutes to escape. That's why the American Red Cross wants your family to practice your 2-minute escape drill and test your smoke alarms monthly. Visit soundthealarm.org/Utah to schedule your free virtual home fire safety education appointment.
Behind on the rent? Worried about being evicted during a pandemic? There is help. The National Eviction Moratorium has been extended until June 30th to help keep renters impacted by COVID-19 in their homes and give them more time to get on steady financial ground. Under the moratorium, tenants are still responsible for their rent, but assistance is available to all Utahns who meet the eligibility criteria. For more information, visit People's Legal Aid of Utah at plautah.org or Utah Community Action's Landlord-Tenant Mediation Program at utahca.org/housing-case-management. Despite the challenges in the past year, Salt Lake City and nearly 24 other communities in Utah have made progress on the path to achieving community-wide net 100% renewable electricity. Christopher Thomas, Senior Energy and Climate Program Manager for Salt Lake City's Sustainability Department, shares details.
What progress has Salt Lake City made as we work to transition to our renewable energy goals?
Yeah, so it's really exciting because last year we finalized a deal that will be Salt Lake City's largest single renewable energy project. And so that will be from the 80 megawatt Electron solar farm that will be built right here in Utah in Tooele County. And so with this project, Salt Lake City government will have our energy mix jump from about 14% coming from renewable sources today to between 50 and 90% coming from renewable sources by 2023. So huge jump. The other exciting thing about this, I have to say, is it's very affordable. We are expecting a smaller than 2% impact to our annual electric bill.
Can you tell me about the Community Renewable Energy Program in order to get people, using more renewable energy in the community?
The Electron Solar project I mentioned, that is to help source Salt Lake City government's electricity from renewable sources. The much bigger program that I'm working on will be the Community Renewable Energy Program. And so that one is designed to give Salt Lake City residents and businesses a net 100% renewable electricity option on their bills. And so what this does is it gives our community the power to basically transform our electric grid just by paying our electric bills every month. Where this started was a collaboration among Salt Lake City and a few other communities and Rocky Mountain Power. And that resulted in a 2019 law called the Community Renewable Energy Act. And so that sets out a number of steps we need to complete before we get approval of the program. It's a first of its kind program in the nation. So there's a lot that we're having to create, but it's very exciting and should be a huge game changer in terms of our ability to access clean energy.
How does this program specifically help us clean up our electrical system and our grid? And what tangible benefits are residents going to be seeing as we implement this?
Historically, our utility, Rocky Mountain Power, their single largest energy source has been coal. And we know that burning coal impacts our climate. It produces air pollution. So with our Community Renewable Energy Program, communities will be purchasing clean energy from wind and solar farms, and that will feed directly into Rocky Mountain Power's electrical system, meaning we won't need as much dirty energy because we'll be relying on clean energy. And so as we meet our clean energy goals, the whole grid gets cleaner. And it's important to mention, because I've gotten this question, the goal here is for net 100% renewable energy. But the idea is that for all the electricity being consumed, renewable energy is going onto the grid for the participants of the program.
What's the financial impact for residents going to be?
That's a very important question, and I think everybody is really keen to know the answer to that. We don't yet have a specific number because it really depends on a lot of factors. One thing we're very confident in, though, is that it will be affordable, because if you look today, wind and solar are some of the very cheapest energy sources that you can build right now. But the devil is in the details, and so that's why Salt Lake City and the other communities who decide to participate will budget for expert consultants who will help us work through all the nuances and design a program and then negotiate it with our utility, Rocky Mountain Power, because importantly, our utility has to agree to how the program will work.
For residents who think this Community Renewable Energy Program is great, but they maybe don't want to wait in the meantime and want to do something on their own, how important can rooftop solar or people moving to their own renewable sources be in this effort?
Yeah, if you want to go solar today, I would encourage both residents and businesses, look at rooftop solar, look at batteries. I mean, it's never been more affordable. There's federal tax credits. It's a way that you can help support our community-wide renewable energy goal now, and you don't necessarily need to wait for this program to get up and running.
What are the next steps from here, both as Salt Lake City as a government entity and for residents who want to know more or get involved? What are the next steps for you and what are the next steps for them?
Well, like I've said, there's several important steps we need to complete. These are many of these are required by state law. So first is the 23 communities who are eligible need to decide, do they actually want to participate and move forward? And so then once we know who wants to participate, we then have to design the program, have everyone agree to it, including Rocky Mountain Power. We then need to submit our program proposal to the state, and the state will have to approve it in order for it to move forward. At that point, each community will have the option to finalize their participation, and then we'll start procuring new wind and solar farms. And those are major construction projects. So those will take a couple of years to complete. So hopefully we'll see the first new renewable energy projects coming online in like the 2024 to 2025 timeframe. You'd asked too about how do people kind of get involved or stay up to date on what's happening. Probably the best resources I'd recommend is if you want to learn more, you can visit our website. It's called utah100communities.org. So you can find a lot of information there. Businesses who are eager to support renewable energy can find there a sign-on pledge where they can support the program, which we would appreciate. And then for residents, you can visit our website at slcgreen.com. That's the Salt Lake City Sustainability website. Sign up for our monthly newsletter and follow us on social media, and you'll be up to date on everything that's happening.
And now we go back in time for our History Minute.
In his 20s, Tim DeChristopher moved to Utah to work as a wilderness guide for troubled youth and attend the University of Utah. In the winter of 2008, as the presidential administration was about to change, the Bureau of Land Management decided to rush through an auction to sell a number of oil and gas leases on Utah's public lands. Naturally, there was a controversy, and protests broke out. In December of that year, after finishing his final exams, DeChristopher took tracks downtown to a protest outside the auction. Eventually, he found his way inside and signed up as bidder 70. Once there, he started running up prices on the auction. Eventually, he started winning all of the auctions. The scene turned chaotic when it was realized that DeChristopher had no intention or ability to pay for the rights he'd bid on. But this was enough of a ruckus to prevent the auction from taking effect. Because of the laws in place, it took 30 days to reconvene the auction, but by that time, President Obama had taken office and an investigation revealed the wrongdoing of the Bureau of Land Management. So it was a victory for Utah and the environment, and the auction was canceled altogether. Many people supported and celebrated Tim's sacrifice in stymieing lease sales next to the world-class Red Rock of Moab, Utah. Others bristled at his civil disobedience. DeChristopher, rather than pleading guilty, was sentenced to 2 years in prison for his monkey-wrenching acts. He was released from his imprisonment on April 21st, 2013.
That's it for another episode. Enjoy your Earth Month, and remember, the impacts of your everyday actions can make a huge difference. From riding your bike to walking to work, running errands without having to drive a car is one action, or by recycling. There are so many ways to get involved. To learn more, visit SLC Green, or you can follow them on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Or to learn more, visit slc.gov. Thank you for tuning in. We hope to see you next time. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. April is Earth Month, and Salt Lake City's Sustainability and Parks and Public Lands team have your Earth Day guide to local events happening in and around the city, both in-person and virtual events. To learn more, visit slcgreenblog.com. On our episode this week, we hear from Christopher Thomas with the city's sustainability team about the city's progress towards renewable energy and what that means for residents as well as businesses, and how you can get involved. And our History Minute this week is about Tim DeChristopher, local activist known for his civil disobedience to combat climate change. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 13th meeting, the City Council received a briefing on the proposed public utilities budget, community development block grant funds, and other items. They received a briefing about a resolution on renewing the city's application for the Utah Recycling Market Development Zone program, received a number of updates on important topics from racial equity and policing, homelessness issues and the pandemic, and, acting as the redevelopment agency, reviewed a community-driven visioning process to revitalize historic Japantown. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
That as a city, we will be guided by public health data, and that protecting the health of our residents will always be my highest priority. That North Star has meant making some difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions based on the advice from public health experts.
While the mask requirements for the state of Utah have been lifted, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall issued an emergency proclamation in early April requiring individuals within the city to wear masks or face coverings when in public spaces or with people outside their households. This mask requirement will stay in effect until the mayor ends the city's state of emergency. To learn more and stay connected, visit slc.gov.
In a home fire, you have just 2 minutes to escape. That's why the American Red Cross wants your family to practice your 2-minute escape drill and test your smoke alarms monthly. Visit soundthealarm.org/Utah to schedule your free virtual home fire safety education appointment.
Behind on the rent? Worried about being evicted during a pandemic? There is help. The National Eviction Moratorium has been extended until June 30th to help keep renters impacted by COVID-19 in their homes and give them more time to get on steady financial ground. Under the moratorium, tenants are still responsible for their rent, but assistance is available to all Utahns who meet the eligibility criteria. For more information, visit People's Legal Aid of Utah at plautah.org or Utah Community Action's Landlord-Tenant Mediation Program at utahca.org/housing-case-management. Despite the challenges in the past year, Salt Lake City and nearly 24 other communities in Utah have made progress on the path to achieving community-wide net 100% renewable electricity. Christopher Thomas, Senior Energy and Climate Program Manager for Salt Lake City Sustainability Department, shares details.
What progress has Salt Lake City made as we work to transition to our renewable energy goals?
Yeah, so it's really exciting because last year we finalized a deal that will be Salt Lake City's largest single renewable energy project. And so that will be from the 80 megawatt Electron solar farm that will be built right here in Utah in Tooele County. And so with this project, Salt Lake City government will have our energy mix jump from about 14% coming from renewable sources today to between 50 and 90% coming from renewable sources by 2023. So huge jump. The other exciting thing about this, I have to say, is it's very affordable. We are expecting a smaller than 2% impact to our annual electric bill.
Can you tell me about the Community Renewable Energy Program in order to get people, using more renewable energy in the community?
The Electron Solar Project I mentioned, that is to help source Salt Lake City government's electricity from renewable sources. The much bigger program that I'm working on will be the Community Renewable Energy Program. And so that one is designed to give Salt Lake City residents and businesses a net 100% renewable electricity option on their bills. And so what this does is it gives our community the power to basically transform our electric grid just by paying our electric bills every month. Where this started was a collaboration among Salt Lake City and a few other communities and Rocky Mountain Power, and that resulted in a 2019 law called the Community Renewable Energy Act. And so that sets out a number of steps we need to complete before we get approval of the program. It's a first of its kind program in the nation. So there's a lot that
My name is France Davis. I'm a pastor emeritus of the Calvary Baptist Church here in Salt Lake City, and currently serving as a member of the commission that was established by the mayor, the city council, and the police chief to ensure that this sort of thing that happened in Minnesota does not happen here. And so we're delighted to be here. Members of the commission are here, members of the city council, and the mayor and members of her staff are here as well, and we're delighted to be here. We have a very brief statement that I'd like to read, and then we'll open it for 2 or 3 and I said 2 or 3 questions that we'll open it for. We, the Commission of Racial Equality on Policing in Salt Lake City, offer our prayers, our support for the family of George Floyd. We hope that the guilty verdicts that have been rendered by the jury offers some closure and brings some peace to this family. To lose a loved one is painful, but a guilty verdict for the perpetrator, Derek Chauvin, yields some relief. It is our hope that this verdict will foster change so that the policing across our country will be administered with fairness and with care, that policy and practice will be even-handed. As the Racial Equity in Policing Commission, we invite all members of our community to join our work in making the changes that need to be made for the better. We urge our community to accept the verdicts that have been handed down and to accept them with peace. Let us commemorate now as we share together this occasion by honoring the memory of George Floyd with peace. Thank you. Any questions that anybody would like to address to me or members of the commission?
When you first heard the, I'm sorry, you had your hand up?
Oh, I'm just going to ask about the work of the commission. How do you think the work of the commission is going to?
The work of the commission is happening. It's slow. It means gathering a lot of information, and then it means making reports to the council and to the mayor. We have made some suggestions that have already been accepted by the commission and by the council and by the mayor, and we're hoping for others very shortly.
I guess expanding on that, can you elaborate on what some of those recommendations are?
Some of our recommendations that we've already made is we made a recommendation that training for the police department, and they've been all in the training area that we made those recommendations. We made recommendations that the training occurs more systematically, that it includes people from the community as part of the training team, not just officers or people from the department. And we also have suggested that the budget be adjusted so that we can include CIT training, that is people who have mental health training to help with responding to some of the calls.
Apart from justice for George Floyd's family, what message do you hope this verdict sends to policing communities and to communities?
Well, my personal hope is that what will happen now is that the whole country and the world indeed will understand that the lives of blacks do matter and that they ought to be treated fairly by those who are the police or the people who are in charge of our community. So that's the one issue or the one message that we'd like to send to the whole world.
Would any members of the commission or you want to talk about what this day has been like once you heard the verdict was coming? Share some of your thoughts and feelings?
Anybody?
Jesus, you want to go first?
I don't know because I might start crying.
All right, I'll go first. I am Commissioner Shiflett. I got down on my knees and I thank God, because I said thanks be to God that this happened. But it's not over. And I think about all the families who didn't get justice. There's still so many families out there who haven't gotten any justice yet. But for now, I'm a little numb. I thank God. I don't know how to receive this. I don't know what's going to happen, if there are going to be reactions, but I'm just grateful to see this happen in history. I'm grateful that my parents are still alive in their late 80s and that they could see this happen in history. And that my sons, I just pray for them. I sent them a message and said, please be safe. Just be safe. That's it. Thank you.
Darlene, you want to add anything?
Yes. The most poignant thing that I heard today when the verdict was announced was someone say, I can breathe. As I was walking, my phone was ringing. And he called twice. It was my dad. And I knew what he wanted. I'm like, I can't talk to you right now. This is a powerful moment for many of us that have been working for social justice all of my life. Just to be able to say Black Lives Matter. And no one can kill Black people with impunity. There must be justice. This is step one in that. We have a lot of work and a long way yet to go, but we're going to hold on to today. We're going to hold on to this moment and rejoice in it.
Could both of you say, could both of you say and spell your names for us so we can have them on the record, please?
Oh, go ahead.
Darlene, D-A-R-L-E-N-E, McDonald, M-C-D-O-N-A-L-D.
Carol, C-A-R-O-L, Shiflett, S-H-I-F-F, as in Frank, L-E-T-T as in Tom. You gonna say something?
And for many of us, the results of today has not yet fully sank in, and so we're still processing it. Any other questions? Thank you all for joining us for this brief conference and our response locally. We hope that all of you will also continue to help to make sure that policing in our community is not like policing has been in many parts of the country. I've lived with it for 74 years and had to experience it. I taught my children how to respond, and that's been a very negative part of our life in this society. But hopefully here forward, we can move forward and things will be better. Thank you all for coming. We'll see you all a little later. Thank you.
Thank you.
My agenda so I can look at that. It's the informational council audit of police department. Is that what we're talking about? Item number 7?
Yes.
Okay, and we have council member Valdemoro. So let us get started with that. With item number 7. And I don't have any information on that other than the actual part of the packet that we got. So Jennifer, who are we going to turn that over to?
We are going to turn that over to Ben Ludke on our staff, and then Richard Brady and Alan Pennington should be here. I'm just switching over to my computers. I can't see if they're here yet, but they're on deck to present.
Well, that sounds great. Let's do that. Ben, if you're on, let's start with you and then turn it over to them.
Rich and Alan are both here. Reminder, the scope the council put together for the audit was developed last summer and early fall. This included a public process where the public was invited to submit comment upon the draft audit scope. And in response, several of the scope items were adjusted. And we also did a FAQ on the council's website in response to approximately 100 comments and questions that were received from the public. Matrix was then selected through an open bid from the 4 audit contracts that the council maintains for these type of special projects. They spent the last few months working with finance, the 911 dispatch, the police department, and others in the city on the 17 items in the council's scope. So you should have a presentation in your packet. And we just received today the second half of the audit report, the first half being the financial, the second half being operational. So I'll turn the time over to Rich and Alan with Matrix to dive into their key recommendations and findings.
Okay, thank you, Ben, and members of the council. We have a lot of material to go through today, and I know you don't have much time, but I want to thank you for inviting us here today at this point in time to present the draft findings of our draft report on the police audit. But I think the timing underscores why the work we did and the recommendations we made are very critical at this time in policing. So Alan and I will go through the PowerPoint presentation, which is a summary of the 2 reports we've developed for you. And we've got other people who are going to participate as well, who are in the wings waiting to be let into the panel session. So if we could go to the first page of the presentation. I think somebody's managing our PowerPoint. Great. Well, the first real page. So thanks again. Just to repeat in some part and to underscore what Ben said, last year you embarked upon a process to evaluate needed police reform in Salt Lake City, and you focused on budgetary and operational issues. The public participated in this process. It's not a comprehensive audit. It isn't something that we looked at every aspect of law enforcement operations in the city and developed a report on them. You developed 17 scope areas that focused on developing zero-based budget approach to help you in decision-making about resources. There were 7 or 8 financial items associated with that. And then we had 9 items associated with looking at alternative response for mental health calls, for non-emergency calls for service, and then a wide variety of issues associated with police accountability mechanisms associated with internal affairs and employee disciplinary processes, some issues associated with body-worn cameras, the memorandum of understanding with the police union, et cetera. So we're going to spend a little bit of time going through them. We welcome any clarifications you need while we are making it. And we'll also, of course, answer any questions you have after we're done with it. So we're going to start with the financial side, unless you have any questions about the scope, and have Alan summarize that.
Thanks, Richard. If we could go to the next slide. So a real quick overview of what this budgetary financial analysis focused on. It was really, as Richard said, to set you up for a zero-based budgeting effort. And when you review the draft report we've developed, we've provided some background information in there about zero-based budgeting, approaches that other communities have used, and some resources that may be beneficial to you. I think a few things I want to say up front before we dive into some of the details is that the current approaches to budgeting that are being utilized by the city are just not providing the level of detail or the transparency that you need to make some critical and informed decisions regarding how resources are allocated. It's not indicating per se that they're inappropriate allocations of resources. It's just you don't have the depth or breadth of the information that you need really to weigh choice A against choice B. And I think some of the work we've done will set you up for that. And so the analysis that we're going to talk about on the next slide in the scope really provides that background to help you start to develop some informed framework for a new approach to budgeting that will allow you to address some of these key policy and operational issues that are facing you as council members and the department. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm not going to read each of these to you, but I wanted to provide it so you'd have it in the slide deck. But there were 8 critical areas that we looked at, and we did a backward look for 3 years, fiscal year 18, 19, and 20. We were analyzing the actual and budgets for each cost center and object code. We looked at special projects, one-time purchases, and short-term contracts for the police department. We looked at revenues and expenses for activity that takes place outside of the general fund. And then we dived into more of a restructuring approach, I would say, which is we were looking at defining organizational units within the police department in some consistent manner so that you could make decisions about the services that are provided. And then associating those budgets historically against these new organizational units to see what the total cost of providing services, police services specifically, were for the organization. And then broader, we expanded that out into recommending best practices for use in the budgeting. And the last task will be facilitation of your zero-based budget exercise, which we understand you're going to take on in a couple months' time. So there will be more discussion about how to key up some of this financial analysis and prepare you for that. So if we can move to the next slide, I'm going to move into some of the key findings by some of the major groupings or service areas, inquiry areas that we were asked to look at. So cost centers and object codes, not to bore you with all the accounting information, but in terms of how they're set up. But basically, the cost centers that we looked at are not necessarily aligned with the police services that are being provided due to frequent organizational changes or changes in initiatives and programs. I just want to highlight that when you read the report and you look at this focus, we're not saying the money's being misspent. We're saying how it's being reported within the budget doesn't make it easy for you to group the total cost for those services. So there are items being funded out of one division that more appropriately belong in another. And that is due to these changes that are made over time. So we are making some recommendations to realign that so that you can more easily understand and report out what those costs are. When we looked at actuals versus expenditures, generally the budget has been developed and is administered appropriately. The amounts that are expended are generally in alignment with, what's being budgeted. But there were some areas of specific note that we made that over that 3-year time period, there were some object codes where routinely there are no budgeted amounts, but expenditures are being incurred, and others where there's routinely a budgeted amount, but there are no expenditures being charged against those items. And I'm going to bring Khushbu in here in just a second to give you a couple examples of those. And the real reason this is important is more so that if you have money budgeted and you're not expending against it, those are resources that could be reallocated elsewhere. If you have object codes where there are never any budgeted amounts, but there are expenditures, it's an indication that we probably want to change that approach so that you're better managing those expenditures. Khushbu, could you maybe provide an example in each of those categories?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. So in regards to object codes that had no budgeted amounts but showed expenditures, those were hourly pay seasonal employees, retirement payout, workers' compensation pay, executive, and C/S court time pay. So those were some of the codes which had expenditures but no budgets. Codes that had routinely budgeted amounts but no expenditures included items such as salary contingency, unemployment compensation, payroll allocation, executive other pay.
Okay, great. And again, we're not indicating at this point that those expenditures are inappropriate, just that some changes should be made in how the budget is conducted to better reflect what the expected expenditures would be. If we could move to the next slide. One of the other areas we looked at was special projects and expenditures, and we have a few recommendations in here that the department should develop and more closely monitor and track all costs associated with these type of expenditures, especially for the unbudgeted projects. There's a need for more of a master contract listing, especially short-term contracts. Without this, it's impeding having sort of a holistic view of your long-term obligations in the police area for delivery of police services. And specifically for unbudgeted efforts, we're recommending that all costs associated with an individual effort be coded with a project code or some similar mechanism, so you can easily report out, whether it's to the council or internal use, what costs are being incurred by each of those special projects. Because when those costs are expended, they're pulling resources that were originally intended for something else. So it's really important to know, what the costs of those efforts are. If we can move to the next slide. Okay, in the functional area cost center review, we're really recommending that one way you can improve this process is to set up a category within the police department where you consolidate certain sets of expenditures that are related to central services and some what we might call administrative overhead. These are things that you're going to incur no matter what service delivery efforts or service levels you desire to put in place within police services. These are things that whether you increase the service or decrease the service, you're still going to incur. And right now they're sort of spread out over multiple departments, and it's really not appropriate to count those costs against a specific functional area, because if you were to make a decision to eliminate that functional area, you're still going to have these costs. So putting them in one location is just more transparent and accurate in terms of, I think, how you're proposing or tracking those expenditures. We could move to the next slide. Great. So organizational blocks is going to be one of the areas we will ask you to look at in more detail as you read the report. It is one of the fundamental efforts that you're going to need to get a handle on prior to starting the zero-based budget effort. And basically, in zero-based budgeting, you're making decisions not based upon historical expenditures or what you've done in the past, but really looking at what are the services we want to provide and what are the resources that it takes to provide us or gain a certain outcome. So we went through the entire department and gave you some suggestions on ways to establish organizational blocks at the individual position level in many cases, or in small groups of employees, so that you can say, if we wanted to add another, for example, school resource officer, what would the cost be? What would the potential outcomes be? If we were to reduce one, similarly, what costs would be avoided? It allows you to make decisions at that service level and see the outcome both on staffing impacts as well as the budget. And so what we did was, once we made some recommendations in there regarding those organizational blocks, we've also given you some potential spans of control standards that you can use to establish the number of supervisory personnel that are needed, management personnel, and support personnel. We went back through the budget and reallocated the budget against those organizational blocks. So you would at least have some level of historical background to look at what you've been expending. It was a Herculean task because the costs haven't necessarily been coded or tracked based upon those. So, you know, we had to do some assumptions and make some work, but it gave us a good foundation to make some recommendations for the changes you'll need to make in the budget in order to be successful in your zero-based budgeting approach. If we could go to the next slide. When you look at those organizational blocks specifically in the report, you'll see that there are basically 5 approaches that were used in establishing them in terms of how to scale or set up the organizational structure of the department. Some of them are workload based. Some of them are based upon span of control. Some are based upon fixed coverage, meaning you have a certain number of hours or posts that need to be covered. There are some that are ratio based, and there are some that are non-scaling. And while we have given you recommendations as a firm on each of the organizational units and positions in the department, this is something that early efforts in your zero-based budgeting approach, you'll have to adopt certain approaches that you want to use for establishing the organizational structure and the organizational blocks, because this then drives all the fiscal analysis and staffing analysis that you'll use later on in that effort. If we could go to the next slide. So the next couple slides are going to talk about some of the key best practices that we're recommending. And I want to start by saying you're actually at a very good time for undertaking the zero-based budgeting effort, because you are planning to implement a new ERP system that will provide you the ability to set up the new budgets and financial reports and things consistent with what you want to implement for zero-based budgeting. So the timing is really opportune to be looking at this issue. Most importantly, your future budgets have to be reorganized, and they have to group expenditures at the appropriate functional level. So all costs incurred with providing a specific function need to be categorized and grouped to that function. That was probably one of the most major findings we had in terms of looking historically at your expenditures to understand what you're really expending in some areas. Because they're not coded that way, or they're in different divisions, it's really hard to get your hands around the total expenditure costs. And then once you allocate those costs to particular functional areas, they then need to be allocated down to the organizational block, so coded directly to the service provided. That will allow you to make those more minute decisions about the service levels you're going to provide. All airport expenditures need to be fully defined and tracked, and whether or not they're fully covered by the agreement, we understand there isn't a final agreement with the airport on all costs related to police services, but that's a policy decision that the city needs to work through. But we're recommending that all the costs that are attributable to providing those services need to be tracked and covered and reported, so that as you update or refine that agreement, you'll have the full costs available to you. On the next slide. If we could go to the next slide.
Mr. Chair, I think unfortunately the person who is sharing the screen is having technical difficulties, which is not ideal. So maybe, and I think because his WebEx is crashing, I think that it means he can't unshare until he's like out of the WebEx. I have
Sure.
how that works, but maybe you can just keep going through some of the highlights. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I have a backup copy up, so I can continue the presentation. You just won't see it on the screen. One of the other
apologies.
Yeah, no worries. One of the other major areas we're recommending is looking at a new approach for how you budget personnel costs. The current approach basically budgets all positions for the entire year, even though we know there will be turnover within the department. And then the department is required to fund certain other costs out of what we call attrition savings. And while it is ostensibly worked okay historically from many people's perspectives, it creates a lot of problems, both for the department in terms of figuring out how to cover certain costs, but it also prevents you from having a real understanding from the budgetary perspective of where resources are really going. So you're not really making decisions based upon how resources are allocated as much as how resources are budgeted. And I think that is an important distinction to make, because we know those personnel costs are inflated because you're not going to be fully staffed all year. And it contributes to the issue that Khushbu helped me highlight earlier, that there are certain line items we just never budget for as a city. And we say, we're just going to pay for that out of a salary savings or attrition. When really we should be budgeting what we think those expenditures are going to be, because it sort of prompts you to sometimes be a little bit more critical about whether that's the right level of expenditure for that item and whether we should be maybe digging into and looking at that a little bit more. I already mentioned, but you'll see again on the slide when it comes up, all department-wide non-organizational unit specific costs should be centralized into one cost center, so that it's sort of an overhead or a cost of doing business grouping. And the real purpose of that is to ensure that as you're making decisions at the functional or the organizational group level, those are really true savings. So if you say, if the budget is reporting it costs $100,000 to provide this service, and you say, all right, we're going to eliminate that service, you truly can save $100,000. If these costs are dispersed throughout the department, the result would be, you say, we want to remove this $100,000, and you say, okay, you can do that, but you can't have this $10,000 because it has to go to retirement payouts. You can't have this $5,000 because that goes towards our training. We want to make sure that these are clear policy decisions that you can make. And part of that may mean having a set of fixed costs, what I think is probably the best way. And some of those costs, there are some other costs, such as routine costs for facility maintenance, building operations, information technology, that we're recommending you look at maybe removing from the police department budget, similar to how you handle many other central services, and have them handled by their respective departments. I think in some cases, those costs are not now being fully met by what the department actually needs. And so they're using attrition savings and other things to actually support those costs. It's not fair to the department to do that. It hides some of those costs. But the other problem is it doesn't give the individuals, facilities, building operations, IT, what I would say who are the true technical experts in those areas, the control over the spend in that area sometimes. I was going to say next slide, but I'm controlling it, so I need to move it myself. And the last two items on the best practices I want to highlight is that there should be a more critical review of those line items that we mentioned that have expenditures and no budgeted items, and budgeted items but no expenditures. And we should address those in the short term. The last slide that I have on the financial side is related to the zero-based budget exercise. And we are prepared. We have actually sort of set up a massive Excel model that we can use to help you make those decisions regarding organizational blocks, see what the impact on the overall department and staffing levels would be as you make decisions about key service levels that you want to make. But we'll be getting a lot more into the weeds and the details on how the zero-based budgeting would work as we get to that point in a month or two, whenever you're ready to undertake that. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Richard and the operational side.
All right, thank you, Alan. And thanks, Ben, for getting the PowerPoint back up. Before we change gears here and talk about the operational scope of work, in my haste to get this going in the amount of time we had, I neglected to introduce who's presenting to you. So Alan leads our non-public safety practice as a senior vice president with the firm. And Khushbu Hussain is one of the senior people in our financial services business. And I am the president of the firm, and I head our public safety and police consulting practice. So we're going to switch and talk about the operational scope of work here. And I've got three of our senior people in our police practice who are going to be assisting us with this presentation here today. But to set the table for them, having worked with Salt Lake City for decades, I know that you have historically focused on policing, particularly as it relates to staffing, safety, and efficiency issues. But with everything that has happened, especially in the last year and coming to a head today, the scope of work for this project really focused on accountability, transparency, ensuring that policy and training reflect the best that you can be in policing, and oriented at community support, engagement, and proactivity. And so the scope of work that you targeted here address some functional areas relating to, Ben, the next slide. Again, I'm not going to repeat all of them, but they focus on internal affairs and disciplinary processes, first of all. Other aspects associated with personnel management, especially as that relates to employee support. Several items associated with response, mental health response, and the feasibility of expanding community connection, but also responding to lower priority, non-emergency kinds of calls for service as well. And there were some other issues that we looked at as well, especially relating to body-worn cameras and some other things. So to get this started, I'm going to turn it over to another vice president of the firm, Ian Brady, who leads our ability to look at field resources and alternatives relating to response. So Ian, do you want to talk about the mental health and non-core response areas?
Yep. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we're asked to look at responses to mental health in particular, and this is an area that the department really employs a number of different approaches to already through the Community Connection Center, which is a walk-in facility with clinicians, case managers that connects individuals with services. The CIT host team, team of sworn officers that can respond to mental health crisis events and provides CIT training to officers throughout the department, and also works proactively in the field. And these two teams, they co-respond to situations where there are individuals experiencing mental health crisis by triaging 911 calls and functioning as a primary responder when possible, but providing a different kind of response that has a clinician that can actually be that primary communicator and provide that kind of in-field recognition of underlying mental health crisis factors. And ultimately, it's an effective practice that around the nation can be shown to be effective in ultimately reducing or achieving better outcomes, such as reducing deadly use of force and reducing rates of incarceration. Next slide. So we looked at what's the demand for these services? That is to say, when and how many of these kinds of mental health crisis events are occurring, looking at are these events able to be handled by current resources? Do current resources need to be expanded? So certainly in looking through the dispatch data, there's no flag that says that a call corresponds to a mental health crisis event. But we looked at the types of calls where CIT host is most often responding to. That is the ones that are most likely to trigger the need for that kind of specialized response. And of those calls, expand that to even the hours when they're not working. Because the co-response to the CIT host team, they're only on duty 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Next slide. Or Monday through Friday, rather. So in looking at this chart, you can see the types of calls that they're most likely required to respond to in a co-response capacity when they're occurring. So they're working within those blue hours, that is 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can see clearly by the size of the circles that these events most often occur in the evening to nighttime hours. That is, there's a clear mismatch between the hours that they're deployed and the hours in which these types of events that require their services are actually occurring. So demonstrating a number of unmet needs. Next slide. So evening hours have the greatest need to have that kind of specialized co-response, and also Saturday and Sunday, which currently there is no co-response possible because CIT host isn't working on those days. So to be able to provide this redeployment is needed. And ultimately, this gets at a larger issue that the department is employing a number of different approaches, from the Community Connection Center to co-response to training as many people as possible in CIT and refresher training. And each of these on their own, it provides effects, but ultimately it's better to do one of those really well than to do each of those decently. That is to say that having CIT hosts also be providing the training to officers and be responsible for co-response means that they can't be on duty for all the times that they're needed. And as a result, they're only able to provide that co-response 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. And not during the hours in which those types of events where you have that risk for greater use of force in a mental health crisis situation when those events are most frequently occurring. So we recommend prioritizing co-response model and making it more available. Next slide. So ultimately, this requires making choices, but redeployment is necessary to solve this issue. So we recommend redeploying 2 CIT host officers and 2 community connections staff to afternoon shift hours so that they're on duty all the way until the late night, early morning hours. And also staggering their workdays so that they're also on duty Friday and Saturday and Sunday, and bolstering that further by increasing staff so that you have that relief factor, so that even if someone is on vacation, that if that type of event occurs, you still have the ability to respond to it. So moving from just having co-response be possible 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. 5 days per week, instead having it available 20.5 hours per day, 7 days per week. Next slide. So we're also asked to look at core and non-core functions of the department. So looking at within those functions, are there opportunities to divert those functions, provide alternative means of handling those services? So within a police department, there's a number of areas that you can kind of consider as being the core functions of a department, and that's they're responding to calls for service, police are investigating crimes, they're suppressing crimes, and they're maintaining trust in the community and building relationships. So among these, responding to calls is an area where there's probably the greatest opportunity to have alternative means of handling them. Next slide. So this is within the context of over the past few decades, seemingly more and more has been asked of police officers where they're asked to respond in new capacities beyond kind of their core skill sets, issues involving experience of being homeless, issues involving mental health crisis, responding in new capacities that require specialized skill sets that they have comparably little, if any, training compared to someone who is a civilian professional in that area. So call diversion is kind of an opportunity to refocus this and re-examine how these calls are triaged and who's handling them. Not just in terms of those kind of specialized responses, but also the lower priority calls for service that officers can be so busy that it could take an hour or more, 2 hours for to respond to. So one approach that many departments do is to have a civilian in the field who can respond to those low priority calls for service, where you don't have a lead or suspects, and you don't require a sworn officer to respond to that. Next slide. And so that's one approach that we looked at. And as we think about kind of call diversion as within a greater framework, we have all these different types of calls occurring, from homelessness-centered calls to mental health crisis calls to emergency, non-emergency calls, that without doing anything, they all kind of get funneled to a sworn officer showing up on scene, badge and gun. Instead, we're looking at other ways of handling that, where you can divert those calls to mental health social services calls, to mental health social services professionals, to having non-emergency calls that could be filed online, could be filed by telephone, or through a civilian responder. Kinds of calls, just give a few examples, like an auto burglary overnight, theft, cold reports, burglary cold reports, minor non-injury accidents. Next slide. So we looked at the feasibility of implementing this approach by looking at those types of calls. And the way that we look at what types of calls can be handled by a civilian versus not is by modeling that off of the experience of other departments around the country, the types of calls that they have civilians respond to. So using data to look at what that would look like. And over 2019, we didn't use COVID, or 2020 given COVID and its effect on call generation, but in 2019, over 14,000 calls meet that criteria and could be diverted to having a civilian field responder take that call. So that would require adding 20 positions under that new community service officer CSO classification, but it would have enormous impact on service levels to the community, where those lower priority calls for service, where sometimes could take an hour, 2 hours for an officer to respond to, could be handled much quicker because you have someone who's just handling those types of calls. But also it allows officers to have the time to be able to be proactive and spend more time engaging with the community and not be going call to call to call and keep staying at that high stress level. So instead having a different type of resource to be able to not just improve service levels to the community, but improve the ability of officers to do their job effectively. Next slide. I'm going to turn over to John to talk about internal affairs.
Before we get started with that, just to underscore one thing and to provide some support, these aren't brand new concepts, although I think many departments are looking at alternative response for both mental health and lower priority calls for service. But these are alternative forms of responding to different kinds of calls that have been in existence in large and small departments around the country for decades. Okay, so changing gears again here, I'm going to have John start a process of reporting back our findings, conclusions, and recommendations regarding internal affairs and employee disciplining processes, and we'll evolve the presentation on from there. So John?
Hello, I'm John Scruggs, and I have a law enforcement background, and I'm a manager with Matrix, and my primary function is to look at public safety systems, including law enforcement. In this part of our review of the police department, we looked at the internal affairs process. We looked at the policies, we conducted a number of interviews, and we looked at some of the outcomes from previous years. So the process at Salt Lake City PD is very similar to other larger agencies that we reviewed. We compared them to Denver, Portland, San Diego, Bakersfield, and some others. And they conform to best practices in several areas. They accept complaints from a variety of sources. So some departments require someone to actually present themselves to the police department, sign an affidavit. The process at Salt Lake City Police Department is very open. And all complaints are received, and all complaints are tracked in a database. So those are best practices. And there's a set timeline for the conducting investigations. One of the things we did note when we reviewed the history of the complaints, 44% of complaints are internally generated, which indicates a real high level of internal accountability. We usually see numbers in the 20% range, and a lot more that are community generated. But we did note there's a lack of transparency. So you can't go to a website and find out last year's complaint database, how many complaints were filed, what the findings were, what the demographics were. So there's a lack of transparency in the overall process. And next slide, please. So one of the things that we noted and we were to look at is the current policy doesn't require internal affairs complaints to be completed on employees who resign or retire prior to the IA investigation being completed. It is a current best practice, emerging practice, that you complete the investigation whether the employee is still with you or not. It does two things. One, it resolves the complaint, but also if that person's seeking employment in public safety somewhere else, at least there will be that record of it and it'll be a completed investigation. During the middle of this process, we did find out that Salt Lake City has initiated a process of updating their internal affairs policy. And so they have a working group working together, and they're also looking at the MOU between the Police Association and Salt Lake City to allow supervisors to better address low-level policy violations with written warnings and verbal counseling without activating the discipline investigation clause, which is kind of a hindrance to low-level investigations at Salt Lake City that we don't see in other departments. Next slide, please. So we made several recommendations, and some of these were actually already underfoot by that working group that is putting together some policy updates to the internal affairs process. But we believe the updated IA process needs to include some of the proposed policy, which outlines types of corrective action that can be taken that are not considered discipline, so that supervisors can be more effective lower level. I think my screen got blocked out here. All right, it's back. And adopt the proposed change that allows sergeants to handle those limited minor complaints in the field and provides that the complaint be entered in the employee management database. Adopt the proposed policy change that would require minor complaints to be handled by division commanders and more serious complaints to continue to be handled by the IA investigators. And then again, under transparency, post IA complaint statistics on a public website. So the community has an idea of what's being investigated, what the outcomes are, and all the data that goes behind that. We also noted that Salt Lake City does a very good job of investigating low-level use of force. A sergeant is required to respond to all use of force events. However, none of this information is posted on the website. There are several other agencies that actually post all that information on the website, types of calls. There is a spreadsheet you can go to, but it does lack some of the demographic information on use of force. And obviously, we'd want a policy to be updated that would require that IA investigations be completed even when an employee resigns or retires. Next slide. So there's some current issues in the discipline process. And again, this working group is addressing some of these. So we would hope that a report would go back to council on where they stand on that. But the current system includes a 3-tier level system based on the seriousness of a complaint, but it's really broad. And many departments are looking to move to, and Salt Lake City among them, are moving to a more formalized discipline matrix. It's an emerging practice because it makes the process more equal throughout, seems to be a little more fair. It adds a lot more categories, but it adds a more assurance that a second offense is going to result in X number of days off or, a letter of reprimand. So it formalizes the process that makes it more equal across the board. And also assists with transparency. You know that a certain policy, you're going to look at this kind of policy violation, you're going to look at this kind of, discipline resulting from that. Next slide. So in reviewing some of the discipline recommendations, so once an internal affairs investigation is completed, there are certain findings that come out, and Salt Lake City has many of the standard ones, but they're lacking a couple that other agencies do have that are really important. One is you could have a recommendation that there's a policy deficiency. So the officer did everything, but what they did that wouldn't be considered a best practice or something that the police department would want to do, but it wasn't necessarily a policy violation. So you would want to note that as a policy deficiency, and that's something that the city could work on to adopt a new policy to cover that. And then we also noticed that many of the complaints resulted in resolved by bureau, and that is really coaching and counseling is what that finding really is. So we're recommending a change that includes a coaching and counseling finding, and that's more for the low level of violations, but it shows the accountability that this is what has happened. Here's the end result of that finding is coaching and counseling. And then we also believe there should be an added training deficiency finding, which denotes the member did not violate policy because they were not trained or there was a training gap that should be addressed department-wide. All right, next slide. And so another team member on our firm is having a connection issue, so I'm going to cover part of her section here. But we looked at your personal management system, which is commonly referred to as EIS or early intervention system. And we noted several deficiencies in the current system as it is operated. It doesn't operate effectively and needs significant changes to be more effective. So the way the system is set up now, it may not allow a trigger, meaning a set of events that trigger early intervention to actually happen early enough. And in some cases, there may be multiple triggers for just the same offense that's already been addressed. So it doesn't work. It uses a rolling 12-month average for many of the triggers, and it's not effective the way it's working currently. And it may require a change in software or a different software solution. Another thing is the early intervention system is run by the IA lieutenant, and that is not a best practice. Those should be separate functions. You know, your EIS system is to keep officers, identify behaviors early on so that it can be addressed before they become a bigger issue. And then if they become a bigger issue, they turn into an internal affairs complaint. And so having the lieutenant in that dual role is really not the best approach. Next slide, please.
Hey, John, Kelly has resolved her technical problem, so she can talk about the wellness issues.
Okay, I'll let Kelly take over for employee wellness.
So hello there, and my name is Kelly Sheffer, and I will just take a couple of minutes to talk about the employee wellness section. Matrix was asked to take a look at the services available to Salt Lake City police officers. And as I look at wellness, officer wellness programs are an emerging best practice for agencies across the nation. Law enforcement officers are exposed to repeated traumatic incidents weekly, if not daily, and there's a cumulative effect of that trauma on their brains. Wellness programs focus education to law enforcement agencies around the effects of that stress and trauma. The cumulative effect of that will show up in internal performance issues, externally with citizen contacts, and sometimes at home with interpersonal relationships. Wellness programs also provide a holistic preventative treatment for officers that could include nutrition, yoga, facilitating regular counseling, resiliency training, mindfulness training, in addition to helping them gain access to professional treatment and therapies. We know analysis shows that officers engaging in healthy, active management of trauma and stress have fewer use of force incidents, have fewer citizen complaints, fewer injuries, fewer sick days, which will have a financial impact, and will be better equipped to de-escalate the volatile encounters with citizens. Salt Lake City Police Department does have a new wellness program, and they are revamping their peer support and also are creating better access points for mental health treatment for their officers. So that's the little bit about officer wellness, and if you have any questions, you can let me know. And John?
Okay, next slide, please.
Sorry, I was muted.
And so, Kelly, you want to cover the wellness recommendations there? I don't know if you got to those.
So in recommending, making recommendations for the wellness office with wellness program with Salt Lake City, we recommended that the agency put together stakeholders to take actionable recommendations with regards to the survey that they conducted. And I'm not sure if the council is aware, but the department sent out a survey in 2019 and 2020 with some alarming results indicating that officers are having increased feelings of depression, hopelessness, isolation, and some other signs of traumatic stress. We also suggest that the department develop an executive-led department-wide plan to educate officers with regards to personal trauma and stress, and the beginning signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. A lot of agencies, there's a culture in police agencies that tend to ignore those stress indicators, and it's important for executives to take the lead in education and in setting up training for the agency. I also recommend that you steering committee to research resiliency training for employees of high stress and trauma environments. And also, it's going to be important to measure the outcomes of the implemented education programs and strategies. And is there a next slide?
Yep, that goes on back to John on some other HR issues.
Okay, very good then.
Okay, as I earlier addressed, the lieutenant is in charge of the early intervention system, and we're recommending that those duties be removed from them, and an EIS coordinator actually be designated. We're also looking at identifying and implementing a personal management system that can be tailored to the organization, so that you have the right triggers, you're looking at the right data, and it's specific to Salt Lake City. And then also expanding the categories for inclusion and data collection for the early warning system. It's fairly limited at this point. There are 7 different triggers. Many agencies have a lot more, including ones that have to do with traumatic incidents. Next slide. And then obviously we want the department management to communicate the EIS policy and stated goals for the personal management system and make it more effective and get that support from the top on down. And we've covered the other 2, so we'll switch to the next slide. So we reviewed the MOU between the City of Salt Lake and the Police Officers Association. So overall, the MOU doesn't present any obstacles to effective management. However, there was one issue, and that's under Article 15, and that's the part where it trips it into a like a written warning or a verbal warning in counseling that's documented and trips into discipline, and that's not typical of other agencies we looked at. And so we would be recommending a revise on that policy, negotiating with the police association to reword that so the supervisors can be supervisors and intervene at a very much lower level and take care of issues before they arise to something else. Next slide, please. So we reviewed your body-worn camera issues and program. And so the body-worn camera is clearly written and incorporates state code. It is best practice in many ways. It ensures that the most amount of activations will probably occur during a shift because it really requires activation on almost anything. They have done an internal audit that goes back a little over a year, and we found that they properly activated their camera about 92% of the time. And that is actually better than many other agencies we looked at. However, they only noted activation 40% of the time and interrupted video within policy 43% of the time. Some of those are training issues that the department is already looking into and already working on. With the noted activation, the number one reason that happened is an officer might have been sent as a secondary officer but they weren't going to write a report, but they did activate their camera properly, but they just didn't put in a report. So compared to other police departments, SLCPD has a better activation rate than several of their peers. And you recently enacted an ordinance that requires 5 audits per month by an auditor that's outside the police department. And we think that's a very low threshold. An audit for one incident should be between 1 hour and 2 hours maximum. So 5 audits a month is a pretty low bar. We think that it should actually be increased from that. And next slide. So here are the recommendations, which are make mandatory the monthly body-worn camera auditing by supervisors. It's not covered in policy currently, and it should be. Conduct random body-worn camera audits by the audit inspections unit. Continue to do that, but on a smaller scale. Post body-worn camera compliance on a public website so the public knows how well you're doing. Add an annual body-worn camera audit role to the Police Civilian Review Board. That's the position was authorized in December. Create that new position to do that. Give them the authority to do it. The independent body-worn camera auditor should review a minimum of 20 videos per month, which is significantly more than the 5, and establish a body-worn review performance metrics so that the police department and the independent auditor are comparing the same things and their metrics are the same. And I think that's it for.
It is. Okay. Well, thank you, John. We've gone through an awful lot here in the past hour, and it was pretty fast paced. You now have both halves of the draft report. And where we go from here is we certainly need to review this with the police department. We've been in contact with them as we've been going through the work, but we have not reviewed this report with them. Certainly, we need to review it with the administration and with you again. We're open to coming back to another council meeting and discussing this with you as we finalize the report. But right now, in the time we have, I'd like to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Richard, thank you so much. Sorry, I was a little late getting to the council meeting. But this is really amazing, fascinating work. And I really want to start, before opening it up to questions, start by just saying thank you. Your team has done exactly what we were hoping, which is an incredibly thorough look at our police department, and these recommendations are awesome. And I really want to thank you and your team for providing us with all of this great information. With that, I will open it up to council members for questions.
Madam Chair, while you're waiting for council members, could I just point out that the auditors have made themselves available to the Racial Equity in Policing Commission, and it's just a matter of scheduling. So we will be sending them this clip of this council meeting, and also the auditors are available to them at any time. So we're very aware of that, and the auditors are very conscientious about making those links.
Yes, thank you, Cindy.
Wonderful.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just wanted to ask staff if and when that gets scheduled, if they'd let us know.
Yes, it was scheduled, I believe, for this week, but the commission just had to change it. So we thought we might offer them either small group meetings or just whatever it is that would help them digest the information. We'll work with them on.
And we're open to any approach that makes sense for you, as well as additional meetings with you.
Another question, follow up to that. Sorry, Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to request to just sit in and not comment on those, just to see how it's received?
Cindy, I could respond to that if you'd like. This is Allison. The REP meetings, commission meetings, are open to the public when they meet as a full body and when they meet in their subcommittees. So we can certainly keep all the council members informed of that. I don't think there would be any problem. I think actually they would welcome your participation and your interest.
Thank you, Allison. I saw a few hands, so I'll start with Darren and then Chris. I think Dan had a hand up as well. So we'll start with Darren.
Thanks. First of all, I echo the gratitude for this report. I think my kind of main takeaway from this is that a lot of these things are stuff we've already been talking about for the last year. I think in my brain, when we started this whole effort, we said, okay, we're going to form a commission and we're going to do an audit. And in my brain, I had compartmentalized them, but they're really not. So that interface between the REP commission and this audit, the zero-based budget report, I think is what's really important to me. So I don't know that my question is, I don't know that I have so much of a question about that other than just a statement that I really want to make sure that our efforts go hand in hand, which it sounds like we're on a good track for that. I do have a question about what's next for the zero-based budget audit specifically. This is a draft report, and then there will be some final reports, and then it's done, or do we continue to engage with the Matrix group to help implement things? Like what comes next after this?
I'll let Alan answer that, but part of our scope of work is to help facilitate the implementation of that with you. Alan, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's our understanding that you are going to probably, I think what we were shared with is after you get through this budget, at some point you're going to want to do the zero-based budget exercising. We would develop some templates and approaches with you, support you however you need that in terms of working through that for the first time to understand how you would implement that, make decisions, fashion the budget, et cetera. So that would be more of a collaborative effort when you get to that point.
Great, thank you. Anna or Dan? Oh no, Chris. Sorry, Chris had his hand up. Go ahead, Chris, and then Dan.
I'm going to turn off my video because I'm having some delay stuff. But my question is, I heard several times during the presentation that like during the best practices and during the recommendations that there were some things about our department that were outliers or not in conformity with best practices. Could you tell me what would you say like your top 2 or 3 that were sort of most concerning or
I think it was at the end of the question. So I'll let my team add to it, but I think for me, I think that the alternative response is huge because that relates to the interaction between the police department and the community, and in both the mental health side of things as well as the non-core areas. There are many opportunities to have a more appropriate kind of response that is needed for the situation with people who are trained appropriately to handle those things, those kinds of calls effectively. Outside of that, I think I'll let John respond to some of the internal affairs thing, although I think the officer support issues are important as well.
So with officer accountability, one of the things that we thought was an outlier is the ability of sergeants to actually, do a verbal counseling or a written warning without triggering an automatic predetermination hearing. That creates more work for the supervisor, and they're already doing 2 camera audits per officer per month. So that's at least 2 hours off the street. If they, are, impaired by this Article 15, where they can't even address low-level stuff, it makes them less effective. And so that's one thing we'd really like to see addressed, because truly you want to address issues at the lowest possible level. So that change we think is a very important one.
If I can add one more, I know it's over 3, but implementing a discipline matrix is really important. And I think that as more agencies go down that approach to address issues associated with consistency, accountability, and transparency of decision making, the more you become an outlier.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Dan.
to kind of piggyback on what Chris said, well, but first I'll go back. This is, as Cindy said, because Jensen said, this is a lot to digest for all of us, because I was trying to write a bunch of the recommendations down, and I kind of got lost there because then I couldn't hear what I was trying to write down. And there's so many out there across the full spectrum of policing and community engagement. Are you proposing also to bring us maybe a roadmap, what we do in parallel, what we need to do in series, in implementing some of the recommendations, and maybe which are ones that maybe are the lowest hanging fruit that maybe get us the ball moving, so we're not trying to eat the whole elephant at a time, but we're just doing bits and pieces first. I mean, I think there's some very important ones that we need to tackle sooner, but we don't need to divert the time that we could tackle some of the easier ones.
That is a really good point, and I think we should follow up with that in the revision in the executive summary, particularly to give you a prioritized plan for implementation.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, one question about the zero-based budgeting. Now, you made the comment about the new ERP system coming online, and the charging codes and all the codes, and we need to make sure that when we do the new coding and the new budgeting process, we do it in such a fashion that the ERP system handles it, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel and rechange things for the new system. And I don't know how when that comes along, but we need to make sure that we're communicating with them when we do the ERP system, so we're not doing two things double duty. But I appreciate all the effort. This is a fantastic report. Thank you.
Anna?
Hi, thank you. Great report. I can see what's happening, so I feel really good about it. I just got questions about examples on the things that were not budgeted or were not coded right. So why do you think that happens? Because one of them was about retirement, or could you give us an example of what it was? Expended, but they were not budgeted.
Yeah, I'll let Kushbu get that pulled out. But go ahead, Kushbu.
So items that were not budgeted but expended out were things like the retirement payout, workers' compensation pay, some hourly pay for seasonal employees. So we just noticed that consistently every year there were expenditures in those codes, but no budgeted amounts for those codes at the beginning of the fiscal year. And then vice versa on the other end, there were certain items that were routinely being budgeted for, but there were no actual expenses coded to them at the end of the fiscal year. So things like salary contingency, payroll allocation, unemployment compensation premiums, things like that.
Okay.
So some of those items are things that historically the process has been, we know we're going to pay this, but we don't know how much it is, and we're going to take it out of attrition. And it's not a bad approach. A lot of communities do that. The point we're trying to bring up is for this to go hand in hand with a real zero-based budgeting approach, it doesn't mesh as well because you're over budgeting then on personnel costs. You're budgeting every position at 100%, knowing that that's over budget, but knowing that other things are not budgeted and we're just going to cover them. It sort of works out in the end, but it's really not the way you set policy or make determinations about resource allocations. So again, none of these things we found misappropriation, misuse. It's more that the current budget doesn't allow them to be appropriately categorized or easily attributed to the service area or the outcomes that you're getting from those expenditures. And those are really critical or foundational elements to zero-based budgeting is knowing that. So that's where setting up this future approach, if you're going to use that, and defining what you need will enable, as one of the other council members said, setting up a new ERP system to facilitate that rather than setting up the system and then trying to patch this over it afterwards.
Awesome. I have two more questions. Another one was that we didn't code either those constant overhead, I guess, if you will, things that no matter what level of service you give, you always have that cost there lingering the permanent. So what's an example of that?
Some of them are going to be the same things we were just talking about. Some of the like retirement payouts, you know, so those really shouldn't be allocated out to individual functional areas, because if you cut that entire function out and you have people retire, you still have to make those payments to individuals who retire. So it's a cost of doing business that if it's allocated out to those functional units, it's an example of what I was saying, where if you say we want to delete this entire function, we say, okay, but if those people go away, you still have to pay those costs. So you're not saving that money. So it's those type of things that they're not really directly attributable to a service outcome, but they are costs the department will incur.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then the last thing is I'm not sure if this is here or at the zero budgeting process that we're going to go through, but you know, there is a cost, high cost for litigation that this department incurs out of the general fund. So I'm not sure if that's something that needs to be accounted for here, this group, and also budgeted, you know, as well. Maybe that is that one of the constant ones that they have to have budgeted for, unless, you know, our system is going to be so great that those numbers and those litigations and lawsuits are going to go down so that we don't have to budget for. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
No, it does. And Kushmu can probably answer better than I can, because I don't remember. But if those costs are in the department, which I don't believe they were, they would fall into that category. But those are costs that are sort of outside the department. So at this point, we only looked at the actual police department budget, but it wouldn't be inappropriate for you to have that on your horizon. You say there are other costs associated with providing police services that are budgeted in other departments.
And many departments are starting to do that, specifically with litigation.
big ticket items that, you know, worry us a lot, because we never know, you know, what's going to happen or how much it's going to cost. So thank you for that information.
Other questions, council members? I don't see any other hands. So again, Richard and Alan, and to all of your team that is here and has put all of the work into this, it really is wonderful work. And I am not only just truly impressed, I'm incredibly excited to get started on these things and to make some of these significant changes that we have been talking about for a year and continue down bettering our department in the ways that can support our communities and can support the department itself. So again, thank you so much. I look forward to continued conversations with you. And I think you're off the hook now, since there's no other questions. I mean, for right now, only for tonight.
We look forward to continuing to work with you on these issues. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, council members. It is 6:44 and we have board appointments that we need to go through at this point. I apologize. Our nominees have been waiting since 6, so I appreciate that. Cindy, how are we going to go through this? We have 2 for the library board. We had discussed kind of grouping people together.
Right,
Might save a little bit of time so that we might have a comfort break, quick one before 7 o'clock. So is that what
Right,
we're
that's correct.
anticipating?
Yes, so everyone from one board would come on to your call at the same time, and then they would each have an opportunity to introduce themselves, but you'd save time on your introductions and instructions.
Perfect. And you all may have noticed that I skipped agenda item number 8, and that was on purpose. We just do not have time today. That's on for May 4th. So if we could have Ronald McLean and Daniel Cairo join us, they are both being nominated or considered for appointment with the library board. Daniel, you're the first one to have your camera on, so I'm going to turn to you first. Why don't you just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the library board? You're muted.
All right, it works. Camera works, but now the mic works as well. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I'm going to echo the good work that you all are doing. That was it was great to witness and be a part of. So my name is Dr. Dan Cairo. I use pronouns he, him, his, and él, and I am the special assistant to Dr. Villarreal, who is the vice president for equity, diversity, and inclusion at the University of Utah. So that's my official role during the day. But I would start with the introduction that when I'm not doing that, as you can see, I have a passion for reading, learning, both for joy and for knowledge creation, and also for building communities. And so is this the moment when I share why I want to serve on the board? Yeah? All right, I see some heads. Thank you for those nodding your heads, is really helpful. So part of the reason why I'm really interested in serving on the board is, again, I have a deep passion for learning. But I also have another passion for giving back to communities, giving back to the cities, my city that I consider home. And so serving on the board would be a great honor and opportunity to give back and serve at that capacity. But I also think that this moment is an important moment for me to give back and to serve. You know, as part of my doctoral research is on student success and how, you know, corporatization is changing how we view success and how we move through the world. And so I look at the public libraries, I look at public spaces as really important markers of community, as really important markers of people coming together to learn, to engage in joy, right, to build bridges, and to also have access. And so, you know, whether it's low income, traditional and represented communities that, you know, are well represented, I think public spaces like the library can really are the nucleus of our community. And I would love an opportunity to serve and give back in that capacity. So, you know, I see this as a chance to build community, knowledge, and joy. I would hope that you would have me.
Thank you, Dr. Cairo. Before I get to you, Mr. McLean, are there any questions for Dr. Cairo, council members? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mr. McLean, would you like to introduce yourself a little bit and tell us why you're interested on the library, to serve on the library board? And you are muted.
Now can you hear me? Okay. I'm a retired attorney. I practice in the Bay Area. I moved here, my wife and I moved here about 5 years ago to be near our daughter and her 4 kids. So we have 4 grandkids that live just down the block. While employed, while working as an attorney, that is, did a lot of public service, both for the church and for the firm that I worked with. And so public service has been a great part of my life, but my interest in the library board comes from, I go back to when I was in grammar school. I had the privilege, because I guess I could read a little bit better than at level, I was allowed to leave school early so I could go to the middle school library to check out books, and found that was a real privilege. It allowed me to expand my experience, my scope of knowledge far beyond Kansas City, Kansas, where I grew up. And I was encouraged by my older sister-in-law, who was a teacher at a local grammar school different from mine, who sort of directed me in that way. And that's been a relationship that I've had since throughout my life. It has remained with me. It's been instilled in our children, reading to them, taking them to the libraries. And incidentally, one of my sons-in-law is a librarian in Oakland and working in the Hispanic community. And I'm just really thrilled about the work that he's able to do. My 7-year-old grandson comes to visit me each day, and he usually brings with me a book with him, the latest book he's checked out, and we read them together. And I really enjoy this time immensely. It helps me to see the world through his eyes. And my hope is that through the library board, I can interest youth in Salt Lake City in the majesty, I call it the majesty, the potential of the written word to open up for them vistas that they won't experience in just their local community. I believe that libraries are an essential part of the growth of our youth, and I hope to be able to bring that my zeal for wanting to participate in making that part of the library board's effort, and hope that you agree, and hope that I can join you in bringing that perspective to the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McLean. Council members, any questions?
Just great imagery with both of these applicants. It was almost poetic, so.
Agreed. Mr. McLean, I have to say, I grew up in a library, basically, but there was one by my house, and there's always a special, that's where I went. And so I have a fondness and of memories from my local library. And as you may have seen, we had our budget from the proposed budget from our library today. And our library director is one of the greatest people I've met, and cares as deeply about our library system as any one of us. And so we really look forward to both of you serving on the board. I hope that you will find a lot of enjoyment there. And I really want to thank you for your service and for volunteering to do these things and this important work. You will be on our consent agenda during our formal meeting. You do not have to log in. You're more than welcome to log in if you'd like, but it will be towards the end of our meeting. And that's, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next group is for the Peanut Gallery. Just kidding. It's the Peanut Board. The Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails. So we have Chad Whitaker, Melanie Pearson, and Philip Carroll, if they want to join us.
Council Chair Chad Whitaker is here. We are unable to move him to a panelist role, but he is unmuted and ready to speak when you're ready.
And Bobby, who was that? I'm sorry.
Chad Whitaker.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. The first person that put their camera on was Melanie, so she gets to go first, and then we'll go from there. Melanie, welcome. And if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in being on the peanut board.
For sure. So I'm Melanie. I am a resident of Poplar Grove. I'm at a park right now. My son is having his first t-ball practice, which is so cute and hilarious. So that's why I'm in the sun and have my hat on. But I guess that goes to show this is why I want to be on the Peanuts board. I think that it's similar to libraries. It's public gathering spaces that can be inviting and hope-giving and a place where people can really be rejuvenated. I think, especially on the west side, I'd like to continue the efforts to activate these parks that are such treasures, especially along the Jordan River Trail. I live about a couple blocks away from the Jordan River Trail. We spend a lot of time on there. And I love to see the stuff that's happening. And I just want to be a part of continuing that forward. And I think I have a firm belief that if we just open our ears and our eyes, and if we just see and hear the things that people are saying, take a minute to listen and see what are important to people, then they can be invited to these places that heal, even especially after this year of whatever it's been. So I am excited. I'm on the Poplar Grove Community Council, and I want to make a difference in my community, and I want to learn how to invite all people of the West Side to be part of their communities. So
That's wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Council members, any questions? Lots of thumbs up. Great. Thank you so much again. Mr. Carroll, you are next because you're the next person I see. So if you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about why you want to be on the peanut board.
Well, good evening. My name is Phil Carroll. Professionally, I run a nonprofit called Community Housing Services, and we do affordable housing across Utah. We have a couple hundred units in Salt Lake City, deeply subsidized. That's what we do. I've been involved in the community council in the Avenue. We live in the Avenues for a long time, longer than I like to remember. Also, I've been involved in organizing the Memory Grove cleanup for the last 25 years, which has been a major part of what I like to do for the community. As our city becomes more and more densely populated, and we just look around and see that, these open spaces are really critical for our peace of mind, our sense of peace and well-being. I live across the street from, I live at G and 2nd Avenue. I live across the street from a church, the 20th Ward, and it has a little triangular park in front of it, or just a piece of grass. And it's amazing, just that little piece of ground is critical to the neighborhood, that people play Frisbee there, they take their dogs there, their families are there. So open space for all of us is really critical. And being an older white guy, I also want to make sure that what we do is accessible. We have tremendous resources in the community. One of the strongest parts of our community, having a City Creek coming right from the middle of the city, and you can walk up City Creek as long as you want and completely into the wilderness, and even to see the wildlife and everything. We have such wonderful resources, and to develop those, making sure they're accessible to all of us, no matter our age or our disability or abilities. I just love our community. I try to do whatever I can do whenever I can, and it just seems that with my interest in our neighborhoods, that this seemed to be a good fit for me, and I hope it's a good fit for the city. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Council members? Yes, Chris.
I just wanted to say I'm really glad to see Phil as a nominee for this. I don't think that anybody else knows more about Avenues Parks than Phil Carroll, and he's done so much service. It's humbling that you're willing to, after 25 years of doing hard labor and organizing the Memory Grove cleanup, that you're willing to take on this role. And I think that the division will really benefit, and the whole city will benefit from your knowledge and your experience. So I'm thrilled that you applied, and I'm looking forward to supporting your appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then if we have Chad Whitaker on the line. Chad?
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry about the no video.
That's okay. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the peanut board?
I grew up in Salt Lake City and using the parks, all of the parks and the natural trails, and I'm in the parks and or natural trails on a daily basis, and it kind of formed who I am today. Like, my whole career has been spent in the outdoor industry, designing gear for the outdoors and also for parks and recreation. And so it's a really important part of my life. After serving on the Salt Lake City Arts Council for 6 years, I still wanted to participate somehow and support the park system. At the Arts Council, I learned a lot about inclusion and trying to get people into the arts and making arts accessible for the entire city. And it's something that I want to bring to our parks and natural spaces. So just a lover of parks, and I want to support them in ways that are more experiential than taxes.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Chad. Council members, anyone? Lots of thumbs up if you can't see us, Chad. Well, I want to thank all three of you for volunteering your time to this very important board. And as I mentioned earlier, you will be on our consent agenda later this evening towards the end of our formal meeting. You do not have to log in or be present, but of course, you're always welcome to. Again, thank you all so much for serving your community, and we look forward to having you on these boards. Okay, council members, there are a couple of written briefings in your packets, and we were going to have a little bit of an informational overview regarding the District 2 vacancy. However, it is 7:03. So we will adjourn our work session, and I invite you all to join our formal meeting. Councilmember Wharton will be chairing our formal meeting today. Chris, do you want to start in maybe 5 minutes? Give everyone a little bit of a quick break, or?
Yes, everybody take 5, and we'll start at 7:08.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay,
everyone.
thanks.